Alright, I'm alive, more or less. I was hungover as all hell this morning, but don't mind that. One sec, I'm gonna make sure that my microphone isn't like peaking to hell. Alright, so yesterday I did manage to luck sack on my third temple and ended up pulling both of these. So we're going in with sinking, most likely. I don't know whether that's necessarily a good idea or not. We'll find out, I guess. Anyhow, do not mind while I uptie these.
새로운 지령입니다. 목에 칼날을 들이대었을 때 저항하는 뒷골목 거주자 7을 참아라. 당신들의 숫자와 같군요. 그럼 수행하겠습니다.
To force. Consume your vocal cords, boiled for 14 seconds in simmering salt water, as part of your dinner time meal. Will you be alright? It is the will of the prescripts. I merely ensure that it is fulfilled. There seem to be more prescripts of this sort lately. Last time a proselyte received a prescript telling him to grill their own head medium rare and serve it to their neighbor. Does that not make you scared? The prescript knows it all. And consequently, Faust, who submits to the prescript, is equivalent to knowing it all. As such, there can be no place for fear. 2 Faust. Access to Gesellschaft and convert free unknown things into known things. Once again, they refuse to engage me, saying that there is nothing to discuss with a blindfolded Faust. And yet their inability to lower my access rights or revoke it completely must owe to the fact that I am a Faust who follows the prescripts. So be it. So long as information remains available, the prescript's execution will proceed unhindered. The index's fabric is woven by looms. Fabrics are obviously made by machines such as looms. If such mundane knowledge was recorded, then it is highly possible that the looms mentioned must conceal an alternative meaning. But just in case, I will set aside this particular piece of information and select another free. 2 Faust. Within 1 week, rendezvous with the other proselytes at the intersection at Block B and walk the streets. Postscript. Walk by following the proselyte who arrives last. The texture of the slip is different. It was given to me by a messenger of another district. Wait, the prescript you received yesterday. Didn't it tell you to eat your... It is rather outdated to think that one cannot vocalize without vocal cords. Nice. Apologies. That wasn't meant as a demand for apology, but very well. I think I now understand how to carry out this prescript. Really, but it seems quite cryptic. How do you plan to execute it? I'll tell you when we meet again. To Faust. Climb to the rooftop of a building 3 stories or higher and wave your hand while looking down for 1 minute. A simple enough prescript, and that is... I received a prescript telling me to deliver extra fabric to you. It has been a while since I last received more fabric for patching. Congratulations. If you receive it just once more, you might be able to lengthen your cloak. Perhaps. By the way, how did you carry out the prescript from last time? You said you'd tell me when we met again. For an entire week, I kept walking around the intersection at Block B. I walked in a wide loop with neither a start nor finish. In a way, I was able to fulfill the prescript even when new proselytes joined the group. The fuck? Okay. The way you're progressing, the prescript may grant you a sword of your own rather than mere fabric. If that is where the prescript leads me. Got prescripts. Not much time. Need tailoring? Get fabric. Oh, carnival. Huh. The tailor has arrived. I must take my leave. To Faust. Enter as the third... Let's see. Enter as the third customer of the day to a restaurant that sells chickens and leave last. Start a game of hide and seek with at least 3 people. Then return home as the it. Read 6 books, then visit the district that appears in the last book read. No time limit. This means to Faust. Kill the liar within the alley. Kill the liar in the alley within alleys. Eh. Seems you haven't followed the prescripts for quite some time. There is no other explanation as to why a messenger's long cloak could be sliced through with such ease. Yeah. The different texture of the paper slip. The instructions have become too intuitive. Unlimited deadline, as though someone had intended to allow some room for flexibility. It all seemed too convenient to be true. It wasn't hard to deduce the liar's identity. Wait. With this, I will be able to kill the liar. I was only undertaking the prescripts myself. I was told to make false prescripts and distribute them to the proselytes. Here, look. Interesting. That, however, doesn't seem to be the direction which the prescript intended to lead you. What? I mean, to say that not following the prescripts could have been a way to serve its will. But that makes no sense. That's not a warning, perhaps, that one must not be so easily swayed by what is visible. Funky. So the length of the cloak matters. Good to know. I need 20-something more shards. Hang on.
저희는 하투패로 하는 거라면 전문으로 입회를 담당하고 있죠. 포커나 마작같이 다른 물건들을 사용하는 건 그쪽 전문가에게 의뢰하시고요. 뭐 못하는 건 아니지만.
Yeah.
중요한 판일수록 전문 입회.
Just short each time. Wow. Absolute minimum.
하투패로 딱지내기를 하더라도.
I guess that's what I get for sacking. And on the other side of things, the jet. Inflicts gloom resistance down. Wow. Blue sand. Some funny stuff here.
오제트 감사. 시타는 나와 함께 좌측 구역으로. 탈라타, 아샤라는 건물을 끼고 뒤쪽으로 크게 돌아간다. 나머지 현 위치 사수.
Hi, Alex.
표적을 압박해라.
26th year. Yes, yes. Happy New Year, mate. Happy New Year, and thanks for the sub. I didn't even know I had a notification for bits, I'll be honest. Thanks for the pebbles. Don't understand. Stored in this armory are the very same gear my team and I have been using until just a few days ago. Supposed to be sleeping, but well, never mind. Go to sleep, mate. Go to sleep. Remember receiving a report that there were abnormalities and distortions that were to exercise martial force to suppress. Upon hearing that, I came in here. I packed a few ammo cans full of anti-abnormality special rounds for the mission. I remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. But how come they're all so faulty now? Let me just make sure my chat is working on YouTube. Oh, hello. Point of view, you didn't follow the prescript with force and gain 10 stacks for debuff, dies instantly. Wait, what? Oh god. Is that actually how she works? Christ. Also, my god, this dual stream feature is like absolute garbage. The one on YouTube that automatically generates a cropped version for the shorts feed. It just crops the middle of the screen and it's like pretty awful, actually. You'd skip this, it's kind of spoilery. Yeah. Alright, fine. We will skip. Back to Pluribus, 1 episode left, and then you promise. Alright, fair enough, Chief. We skip along. The funny Jet story. Was that enough? I think that's enough. That might be exactly enough. Yeah, that was exactly enough. There we go. Ah, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the follow. Welcome, 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 welcome. Do not mind, we're only just about to start Canto 9. This is the team we're bringing in. I don't know if I should realistically just get a better Ryoshu there, but it's not like they're going to force me to deploy her out the gate, right? YouTube chat was screwing you and saying you weren't subbed. Amazing. They're probably going to force me to bring a Ryoshu at some point. Alright. Ambush in the dark. Let's see if they decided to skip a thing or two.
둥글게 감겨 시작과 끝이 맞닿아 있는 실타래가 있었다. 모든 순간은 시실과 날실이 되어 짜여지며 시간은 흐르지 않고 한자리에 엉켜진다.
자, 읽어봐.
너의 첫울음과 마지막 숨결 사이 모든 순간의 한가운데에서 나는 너를
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라 요시대라고 읽는 거다.
요슈! 이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면 가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라. 그 떨림이 멎는 곳에는 내가 있단다.
오늘이군요.
I hate it already. Anyway, nah. Not that bad, not that bad. But it's very obvious that they are very much playing on Spider's thread and what's it called, Hellscreen at the same time. But we'll see how they decide to fuse the two. By the way, Actagol is a hack. He basically just wrote fanfiction. Anyway, don't mind it, don't mind it.
네, 오늘이네요.
잠깐 떨리냐는 질문은 하지
Hey, Hohenheim's back.
스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나. 말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는군. 솔직히 좀 꼴사 나왔네. 그들이 과연
Oh, Jesus Christ.
알아들을 수 있을까라는 불안감을 되새기면 적당한 긴장감에 다리 정도는 떨릴지도 모르겠군. 그래도 자네들이 한번 검토해준 덕에 한결 안심이지. 자네들이 이해했다면 나머지 청중
적어도 지난번처럼 절반 넘게 숙면을 취할 일은 없을 겁니다.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서 계속 관리하고 있거든요. 하던 연구에나 집중하라고.
까다롭구나. 관리한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
Good to see these three are back. They are going to die really tragic deaths, aren't they?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 손을 떨던 그 부팀장분이요. 팀장님이 코웃음을 치셨던 것에 대한 앙금이 아직 안 풀리셨나 봐요.
Hey. Ira's safe house. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. What were you up to over there in the safe house? Because currently we are at the start of Canto 9. Limben? Fair enough, fair enough. Newest story or not quite newest story yet?
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구이면 틀림이 없네.
Got to know 8 of the cancer before your cold got the better of you. Go rest then, mate. Go rest. No use getting, what's it call it, sick over some reading. good so far, so you're gonna stay silent? Alrighty.
마튼, 혹시 내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면
그건 따로 필요하지 않을 것 같아. 연구실에 두고 왔는데.
Trying to think of it. This is finally us getting voice acting for these three characters, huh? Do not mind the random Lobcorp sprite and message. Do not mind. Do not mind.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면
Nonetheless, though, thanks for following.
높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는 전력도 아깝다고 다 같이 추위에 떨면서 실험했었죠. 저는 에고 장비 덕에 따뜻했지만 아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요.
Yeah, the Intervala has no VA yet, which means, yeah, this is our first time hearing them. Right. Well, that was fast.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데 이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않아.
Nice.
아마
Few hours later. A good deal of time has passed since we had said our heartfelt farewells to Shichun. Yet we still remain stuck in Hongyan.
오늘 출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
그건 아닌데 베르길리우스 씨랑 파일럿 씨를 데리고 오신다던 소드 씨까지 늦으시네요.
홍원 밖으로 이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때
No room for error.
확실할 테지.
그랬으면 좋겠네요. 대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
Wow. Finally they could live in luxury.
그럴만하지. 지난번부터 계속 떠난다면서 잔치상도 성대하게 2차례나 얻어먹었는데 계속 안 가고 미적지근하게.
See you guys in the LCA podcast. They're all dead, mate. At that point.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하카로는 매피 출발할게, 부릉부릉 하는 말도 못 들은 지 너무 오래됐고.
부름.
베르길리우스님이 지금처럼 오랫동안 저희를 떠났을 때가 있었나요?
계약 위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나
설마 저희를 도와주신 일 때문에?
그렇지는 않습니다. 당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는 가시춘 씨가 가주가 된 직후에
Oh.
모두 마무리되었죠.
The man's missing. Got it.
다른 이유는 짐작 가는 바가 없구려.
Virgilius and Charon would always be away whenever we traveled to a new place. But yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Everyone turned to look at Faust.
베르길리우스 씨가 자리를 비우는 이유에 대해서 아직 여러분에게 공유드릴 수 있는 정보는 없습니다.
Maybe we can ask Virgilius when he gets here.
그 양반이 자기 목적지를 밝힐 리가 있겠어? 우리한테 맨날 어디 가야만 한다고 말하지.
맞소! 맨날 카롱군과 둘만 아이스크림
아.
먹으러 가고.
They still remember the ice cream.
혹시 구역을 순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고 돌아오는 것은?
I was gonna say, where was this gremlin when everyone else was speaking up until just now?
이게 무슨 맛집 탐방 모임도 아니고.
Also, hang on, I'm just gonna recalibrate my tracking so it doesn't look like I'm looking to the right the whole time. There we go, that should do it.
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로 베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
I've got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Virgilius. We know neither the path he has walked nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
길잡이야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데? 늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우릴 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는 변경이 아니라 변수 때문일 가능성이 높지.
As if to prove Otis right, someone forcefully yanks the truck's door open. Todd.
자기 어떻게든
Todd stumbled into the truck, short of breath. He was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious. Her eyes glistened with wild anxiety. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was a stump right where her left arm used to be. Oh, that's not ominous at all. You like the battle theme in this Canto? It slap? Haven't heard it yet. The spider's thread. Are they actually going to be this on the nose about it? Wait, hang on a second. Let me do a quick Google to make sure I'm not going insane here. Let's see here. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, for a second there, I thought they might have just been going super on the nose and deciding, let's name all of the nodes after different short stories. Thankfully, Ambush in the Dark is quite literal, and there's no such thing. But Spider's Thread, fuck this story. He's just writing fan fiction. It is a... How do I put this? It is a Buddhist story written by someone who doesn't understand Buddhism. It follows a bandit who refuses to step on a spider, for it is a creature of its own. And Buddha looks down into hell and sees this bandit chief among the inhabitants of hell. So he figures, oh, there's this nice other spider over here in Nirvana with me. Would you lend me your thread and let him, give him a way to salvation, essentially. So Spider lets down the thread. The bandito happens to look up, sees the thread, starts climbing really aggressively because he's like, holy shit, I've got the arms for this. I got the strength. I can climb better than anyone else, and I'm going to get out of here. And through my own efforts, not the grace of some other shit, I'm going to get up and escape hell. He proceeds to get halfway up, get tired, halfway between hell and salvation, pretty much, and looks downwards. As he looks downwards, he sees a trail of other sinners following him upwards. Now, this trail of other sinners is, well, they're all desperate to get out, too. Now, he thinks that he is God's given gift or whatever the hell, and decides to start cursing out these sinners, being like, no, this is my thread! Get off! Blah, blah, blah. And at that moment, the thread snaps and they all go careening back into hell. That's Octagawa's version of the spider's thread. I'm pretty sure the spider's thread is meant to be based off of a different parable, even. But let's see. Octagawa's one is like the most well-known version. It's supposed to be based on something, from what I recall. But all you need to know is that Spider's Thread is stupid short and is like Buddhist media written by someone who isn't Buddhist. He does not understand karma and reincarnation and other cycles of suffering. Anyway, regardless, we're going in. Let's see, how do I want to do this one? Put the two newbies out front.
가시죠. 복지팀의 협조가 필요한 거지.
Okay, I actually have decent selections here for who I'd want to take. I think it's just Gregor in the end, yeah.
주먹으로 매만지면
악인들을 뒤쫓아서
흔들어 보죠.
If you need a rant counter, hang on, I got you.
짓을 한 악인들이요?
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요.
Let's see, I need to add a text source. One sec. Text. Create new. We use Techo in this household. Like color. Can I color pick someone? Hang on. There we go. Text simply reads Akutagawa crash out. Rants will do. And we'll place it in this little section down here. There we go. You guys can see the counter now. Todd collapsed to the floor before we even had a chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm.
베르길리우스 씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요. 머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death. A grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격이 너는
둘, 한 명은 베르길리우스 님이 맡고 있었고
E.
베르가?
Color returned to Roger's face upon hearing Virgilius's name.
그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고
아니, 아닐
Oh, that's rough.
제가 카론을 놓쳐버렸어요.
Ah,
카론을 붙잡고 도망치던 팔이 통째로 날아가서 제가 끝까지 놓지 말아야 했는데.
yeah.
놓쳤다니.
Claude grimaced, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual, collected self.
혹시 카론님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
네, 카론이
파일럿이는요?
상처가 깊지만
Ah,
의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
yeah, with that guy's luck, he's probably alive still.
우선 전투부터 준비하죠.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님.
That autopilot's about to die off screen.
알수 없지만
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데
Sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the truck's silence. Claude froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
Let's see, if there's anyone you wouldn't be pissed about dying off screen, who is it and why is it Pilot? Yeah, fair. It probably would indeed be Pilot that I would not give a shit about dying off screen. But hang on, let me move the top half of this Night Castellan out of the way so I can actually see YouTube chat properly.
연구소?
Oh. Well. Utter silence descends as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate. And it was easy to guess who the daughter was.
시계 거미줄이 쳐졌다. 피할
Web?
수 없는 길에 근사하게도 늘어놓았군.
Hello, pleased to encounter your stream. Hello, welcome. That's when I recalled something Lei Heng had mentioned, the House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Roshu reacted then. Do you think these attackers have something to do with that Lei Heng guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
그놈은 스쳐가는 과외 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
그럼 도대체 누가? 다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다고 막무가내로 들어올 수 있는 장소가 아니에요. 그곳에 무단 침입이라니 생각조차 해본 적 없어서.
What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about that mission in the first place, would come under attack? Especially while we were left without a guide.
그래. 그들이 날 직접 찾아올 리가 없지.
Oh, Andromello, I am so sorry. I hate Akutagawa's works. I am so sorry. I'm pretty sure they read a lot more elegantly in Japanese, and his prose is probably a lot stronger when it isn't being translated through to English. However, I am not a fan by any stretch of the imagination. I am an active Akutagawa hater. How does one put it? So, my girlfriend was like, oh, yeah, he spent 3 hours reading Akutagawa short stories last night. And then in the morning, he ranted at me for another hour until I asked him if we could go out for lunch. That was her response after hearing me rant about the guy. So, I am so sorry, Andromello. I am not a fan of Akutagawa. I read 8 of his short stories. Let's see, it was... Let me pull up a quick list I sent to someone. Hang on. Let's see, who did I send it to? It was either Stay High or Dragon. How much do I need to scroll up here? Also, we're increasing that counter to like 2. Anyway. Specifically, I read Rashomon, The Nose, so Hana, Liquor Worm, Sweet Yam Soup, or Yam Gruel, whichever translation you go with. Tobacco to Akuma, so Devil and Tobacco. Fortune, The Spider's Thread, and Hellscreen. Those are the 8 that I've read so far. His prose is good already in Portuguese, so I wonder how much better it is in Japanese. I'm not too sure how Portuguese reads, actually. Like, personally, I can only really do... Let's see. I can do English shockingly well, because I used to be really bad at it. And then Japanese to an extent. I'm only about N3 at best. And then for... Let's see. Then Vietnamese is my background, so... I can listen fluently to Vietnamese, but I cannot otherwise speak it or write it quite well. Anyway, Akutagawa rant counter going up to 2.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
Yeah, I heard that Japanese is quite popular in Portuguese-speaking countries. At least, say, for Brazil. Brazil has a surprisingly large Japanese population, apparently. Me knowing Vietnamese is new to you. Well, yeah, it's because I speak it like an American, and it sucks, is the thing. Like, I wouldn't even know what to say at this point. Because I just haven't needed to use it. It's like, tiếng Việt của con hơi ổn quá. Không biết nói gì. Exactly, it sounds terrible. I never want to use it again. That kind of affair. The plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
료슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이 그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
Sword shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash.
그래, 그토록 고대하던 시간이 두근거리는 게 당연하지 않나?
Oh boy.
그런...
하지만 유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역. 나는 단 한순간도 맡은 일을 유쾌하게 즐길지언정 이전에도 지금도 곧 이곳까지 올 거라 했지. 버스 기사를 데려간 놈도 여기로 오고 있는 건가?
Okay, hang on. By the way, how many nodes are we looking at for this part, by the way? Just so that I know how I should be pacing myself with this.
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면 붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
대화가 안 되는군. 거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다.
19 nodes. Okay, alright. So we've got quite a ways to go. Gotcha.
버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐 사냥감이 아니거든. 그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세트
네?
이 트럭의 뒷문 지금 당장
Oh.
본사로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
Alright. We should be able to just jump straight, right?
잠시만요.
Yeah.
가능하긴 한데 본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고 들어가면 딱 맞겠군.
A sword navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm. The sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제 발로 들어가는 기분인데.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
방법은 될 수 있겠지. 하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도
Ooh,
나에게서는 해결했다.
yeah.
천리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
We'll head straight to the HQ research facility as soon as Sword opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intends to use, should be the path we're meant to take this time.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다. 이 앞은 분명 나락일 것이고 나락에 넌지 기다리고 있던 게 있었으니.
심장의 소리.
Ah.
습격자가 차량을 발견한.
Oh, we're fighting inside the truck.
부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
아니요. 이 트럭은 피사의
아.
특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 오히려 안에 있는 게
P Corp trying to develop the safest place in the world.
안전한 건 맞지? 지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
Trying.
그럴 리가. 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데.
I mean, considering whatever it was giving a color some trouble, we're about to be in for some shit, aren't we?
차량용 이동 장치 외벽에 피사의 특이점이 적용된 것을
Gonna relive my visceral reaction to a certain upcoming dialogue line. Yeah.
그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠.
Wait, you're not telling me it's this line. More spacious in the inside than it appears from the outside. If you're... I only watched like 5, maybe 6 seasons of Doctor Who, so if that's the line, bruh.
다만 피사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이 차량은 비포팀의 원활한 배치를 목적으로 운영돼 충분한 성능을 위해서는 언제나 그에 걸맞은 값이 들고
High level of investments required.
그렇지 않은
It's a
제품은
budget
특이하게
model, bruh.
판매될 수 있다는 겁니다.
He cheaped out on us.
오래라는 거네.
그렇다면 거미집의 아비는 아니군.
The assailant is not one of the nurse fathers from the House of
아비 중
Spiders.
한 명이었다면 이 정도 처음부터 강한 놈이 나타.
Rather bland story progression. Fuck you, mate. Fuck you.
아비라면 혹시 지난번 뇌행이라
사담은 상황이 끝난 뒤에 해도 늦지 않다. 관리자님, 곧 천장 부분이 파괴될 것 같습니다.
Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Well, that's fun. Oh. That's pretty cool.
성원!
Wait, don't engage. Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside, we had to immediately backtrack on that idea when we saw who he was carrying.
시간이랐을 뿐 숨은 온전히 붙어 있습니다.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니 반응을 지켜본 것은
The intruder continued, glancing towards Sod. As if in response to that, Roshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Roshu?
버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을
B-Doc. Certain character later on design looks very OC. I would not be surprised.
그러니 시계 난장 피우지 마라.
그게 무슨 요시 씨!
Roshu ignored Sinclair and rushed towards the intruder, the scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을 테니.
Like Roshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes, without harming Sharon. Just as the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault,
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만
honorable combat, bruh.
스승님이 올 때까지 이 자리를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
Ah. Okay. Very funky shit. The intruder gestured with his hand, and strange bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with a thump.
필요한 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
Borrowed weapon. And they look like...
저건 뒤틀림이나 괴물 같은 걸까요?
Looks familiar to an OC you've seen on Scab. I'll see if I get that kind of reaction as well, mate. No, I think they're people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지.
특색 말이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
카론을 구해서 본사든 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
Alrighty. So, let's be careful and prioritize Charon's safety above all else. Okay. Combat. Finally. I get to use some of the new IDs. Oh, it's just a generic combat though. Boss, how the fuck are you gonna target that thing, huh? Bruh. If you have Ujat Vanguard, you do not have Ujat Vanguard. Let's start out differently. Wait, one-sided. Wait, why is it going from neutral to one side? Eh? Oh. Huh. When hit, gain an additional once per turn. Okay. Let's just offset that. See how that goes.
호위만 구축.
Ah, I forgot the counter on Kodya, because I just don't use Kodya that often.
직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황을 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Let's say yeah, that's not fun. See, if I shuffle, it'll become neither of the two, so we can shuffle there. Let's see. Blah 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 blah. At max stack, blah blah blah. If there are no LCA, it expires.
말해주지 않아도 이미 허점을 파악.
How do we get Vanguard again?
프로젝트의 눈은 아군의 방어 취약점을 놓치지 않지.
We gain Vanguard if there is something with, what's it called, a panic type changing effect. Okay. So we're likely not going to get it anytime soon. That's fine. 8 base Clashful Guard is pretty goofy. Okay. I don't think it matters. Yeah.
제압 개체에게 큰 피해를 준 것 같아.
Oh.
기후팀의 직원다운 완벽한 공격이었어.
The fuck was that? Okay, some of these enemies are just very goofy. Oh, we did gain Ujat Vanguard. Okay. Sure, let's go ahead and try it out then. Oh, you're already in negative stance. That's fine. See, we gained a red. Yep, that works out. Zero effort on your part. There's a second way? Ah, okay. Depowered is kind of depressing though. Prescripts. I haven't been paying attention to Force, so I don't know if I'm actually... Poise. Oh, she's poise syncing. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not gonna lie, I didn't actually read too much of their kits, of the two newbies. I don't know much of what they actually do. I just know that following prescript does good things. Following the prescript does good things, and changing the whatchamacallit type is for the better. Alright, calls on for 4. Retain 1 bright. Passive, combat start, gain Ujat Vanguard. Oh, 2 plug and play compared to Force. Okay. Wait, seriously? Turn start. Oh, there we are. Vanguard team. I see. Wow, yeah, that is very plug and play. Because on a sinking team, that's like pretty much guaranteed, mate. On the other hand, Force just highlights what to use. It's funny. Yeah, we can just finish that. Admittedly, that is very cool, giving Ujat's guns, man. That is actually very cool. Force is basically manual win rate. That's a good way of putting it, yeah. Okay, honestly, I barely know what Ujat Otis does, but if it works, I guess. This node had nothing to do with the fucking short story Spider's Thread. There is no karma here. There is no lifeline offered, except maybe going through the fucking back door. I hate it. I hate it so much. Anyway, hang on. Because of that, 1 second here. There we go. You know, at some point, it's just gonna turn into Kim Ji-hoon rant instead of what's it call it? Akutagawa rant. At some point or another. Hey, Unlucky. Welcome. Oh, Roshu's fixed to participate. Okay, of course she is. Let's see here. Who's the most plug and play? Yeah, you're probably the most plug and play here. Sure, 1 sec.
주인놈 뜻에 따라
지령을 복제팀에 가시죠.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가.
Your passive can become potentially quite annoying. Free res isn't that usable. Generic healing. We'll keep the passive, why not? Wild Hunt's probably gonna eat it.
주먹으로 매만.
악인들을 뒤쫓아서
Yeah, it'll do. Starts playing Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater as you climb the thread. I see, we're focused encounter now. Okay. Okay, that should be... Hostage situation. Eh. On the other hand, rekindled exhilaration. The clash power -1. Deal -20%. Lost 5 offense. Really? Wait. We're still at a +2 then, logically. All things considered. Wait, what's the point? Eh? What's the fucking point? La Spada di Palmero. Colpi Sotani. Textbook of a singular purpose. See, in a clash against Ryoshu, -3 clash power and convert coins on this unit's base skills to unbreakables. Also on clash lose, deal -80% and any on-hit effects do not activate. Duello. After clashing, inflict 1, the duel escalates against the target of this unit's clashed. In a clash against blah blah blah, heal 3 for every duel escalates on the target. Okay. Based on target's duel escalate stats. So ideally we want Ryoshu to take as many of these as possible, basically. That's like the gist of it. Okay. And there's a clashable counter here. If it has blah blah blah, clash wins, duel escalates. Okay. That's a little annoying. Let's say that. Do it for one of the 2 coiners. His gimmick reminded you of the last night from the collab. Oh. Okay, no, not 9:18. We've barely been streaming for like an hour. No way we're at 9:18. Oh, if that's considered neutral, that's a little worse for wear. The music's good though. Oh, that's unlucky. Oh, that's very unlucky. That's fine. Yeah, we still get dual escalating. Okay. I can figure how this fight's supposed to work then. Clashable guards. There's a big attack here. Alright. Ideally, we'd want to ignore the prescripts to then clash this guy instead, but see what we can get away with. Okay, because you have a dual escalates. We don't want you to clash that. We want you to clash something else. The Udjat should not have a dual escalate. Yep, no dual escalates. Therefore can go clash something. The Dullahan Rider, let's see. Yeah, you can go clash. Roshu does not care to begin with. Isang, you clashed the previous turn. Foss did not. Rodya also didn't, so Rodya can handle this one. And we don't really get anything with the clashable counter, so that doesn't do us any favors here. Okay. Like 9.9-3, not the ego. The ego's 9-2 though. That'll discard the yellow. If there's another yellow in the next bucket, that's a little unfortunate, but otherwise we should be okay. Oh, okay, we're good. Nice. Hiya. Hiya. Oh, come on. Boss, really? Base 8 clashable defense is just nasty. Really? You're not gonna tell me that this gains skill power and deals more damage to every clash with this unit. Yeah, that's all it is. Alright, then just alternating between the two should be fine. Textbook. Lamau. Get fucked. Priority really high. Okay. Oh, we rolled pretty low on speed, some of these. Kodya having a clash again is not ideal. Really? Unopposed? Huh? Wait. For every attack skill of this unit that lost a clash this turn, -2. Okay? Deal blah blah blah, clash loss, etc. What? Does it only prior fixed target? Okay. Okay, buddy. So I have no choice but to clash it with Rodya. You know what? We can ignore the prescript for one turn. Fuck. Why does everything just clash us better? Yeah, everything's outclashing us. That's annoying. That's really annoying. This is originally hitting Kodya. You know what? That's fine. We can live with that. One important thing about prescript. If an enemy has multiple body parts, it's targeting a specific part even if the icon... Okay. Gotcha. We're ignoring the prescript for this turn. Oh, God, those things' base power is quite high. We're not doing very much damage to him. Fuck. Their base is so high. It's actually pretty annoying. Just throw an axe at the guy. And get Kozand. Max Kozand. Nice. +2 when clashing against targets of the duel escalates. Blah, blah, blah. Clash lose, gain 1 fragile. Okay. Prescript target. A. However, Forced has duel escalate, so that's annoying. 3 to 5, grace of the prescript, blah blah blah. Karmic consequence. Oh god. Okay, so Yisung can handle it this time, but he's got bleed, which makes this more annoying. And we can probably clash this out just because he'll roll tails, but can we? We can Forest for the Flames. Let's see. Oh, he's still a decent way away, though. We might be able to set up the Fragile for the turn after, though. That's fine. Okay, let's see. You have Ujat Vanguard. You should be able to clash this perfectly fine. Hanafuda does not have what we need. Let's see, if we counter, it'll scramble it to something that we don't have. Corresponds to one of the base skills next turn, excluding in the hand. So it'll exclude blue. It'll discard red and give us red. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. We can just clash with a yellow and just pray at that point. My god, really? Okay, sure. Should be fine now. Oh, come on. Heathcliff, please. You have one job. Kaboom. Ah. Alright, False has 2 duel now. Therefore, she should hit something else. Guaranteed. So the Ujat got 1 duel, however, she should be more than capable of handling this, yeah. You might still be able to handle this False. Yeah, the numbers say you can handle that. Okay. It's a bit annoying, but it's fine. Oh, okay. And that's targeting Kodya specifically. Kodya doesn't have any... Okay, should be okay. Should be okay. There we go. Should be big damage turn now. Huge damage turn now. Because this should stagger. And then the next 2 should really get in there. Huh? Bro just fucks off. Come on. Don't be so hard on him. He's negative SP. Bruh. He's the back door side of the truck. Even if the portal opens, we can't. I see. By Roshu's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Charon. They were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Roshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise her sword against the assailants in this cramped battlefield.
말고 직선으로 뻗으라고. 그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나.
0 damage.
안 일어나?
Lament, mourn, despair. Our goat is washed. Yeah.
누워서. 꼴불견같이 굴지 말고 다시 검 잡아. 한 번만 더 엄살 부리면.
이 검술에 대해
좋습니다. 팔레르모.
팔렌치나. 매번 술에 쩔어 있는 그놈에게 배웠나?
그런 저속한 단어로 그분을 욕보이지 마시게. 당신의 검술과 한없이 닮아서
와우.
단련하라. 이제 제 팔레르모는 거미 집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
검술을 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그깟 흉내내기를 위해 시간을 할애하다니. 모방뿐이라면 검을 쥔 손목의 각도.
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 같지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 하루라도 빨리 네가 모든 것을 배워내는
오케이.
공부가 완성되어야.
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술. 너도 저기 있는 인형과 다를 게 없고.
Wow.
태엽 인형이어도 상관없습니다. 당신도 팔레르모를 제대로 키웠고 저는 제 필요성을 다시금 납득하고 있습니다.
Bruh. Alright, he has another sword on his back even.
1000번, 안 되면 10,000번을 반복해서라도 당신만을 위한 완벽한 교본이 될 수 있을 테니.
내 놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
거절은 의미가 없습니다.
그렇다면
Oh boy.
남 형체조차 남지 않게 갈라버려야겠군.
Ah.
아씨. 눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까
아.
여기 맞네. 우리
Oh. Wow.
내가 말했잖니 루치오. 너는 몇 년을 더
오케이.
노력해도 우리 요시대 따라잡으려면 한참 남았다고.
Ah. Oh.
어때? 직접 보니까 느껴지지 않니? 지금 네 수준이 얼마나 이래서 전쟁도 못 겪어본 것들은 강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼바수를 상대할 때는 자세를 낮추고 궤적을 가로로 크게 휘두르라고도. 내가 목이 쉬도록 말해줬는데 그걸 까먹어? 구석에서 한 놈씩 불러들이게.
Wow.
위치 선정을 하라고도 했는데. 우리 요시대가 하나라도 더 내가 가르친 걸 떠올리려.
죄송합니다.
그래도 이거 챙기라는 명령.
Hatred thick in her voice. Roshu hissed, the thumb nurse father, under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant. Oh.
야, 잘 지냈어, 티켓? 역시 못 보던 사이에 자세가 개판이 됐던데. 그래도 간만에 제외니까 기본 예의 정도는 차려줄게. 옛날처럼 뺨따기를 쳐맞아야 정신 차릴 나이는 지났잖아.
티켓, 날 아직도 그렇게 부르는 걸 보아하니 내 놈도 여전히 그 구렁텅이에서 벗어나지 못했나 보군.
니노? 지금 나한테 말한 거지?
Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Charon into her arms and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Ah. Well, you don't say. Oh, we're getting budget. Got it. We're getting a lot of budget. Okay.
이번 일에 대해서는 미안하다는 말을 전해야겠군요.
Virgilius.
저의 개인적인 일과 과거에 다 풀어내지 못했던
상처가
저들에게 입은 상처는 아니니 공교롭게도 저들과 대치하기 전에 골장.
죄송합니다, 붉은 시선님.
Sword's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Virgilius.
아니, 내가 저놈을 제대로 붙잡아두지 못했기 때문에 벌어진 일이다. 하필 팔이 잘렸나. 상처가 점점 벌어지고 있군. 상황?
Virgilius met the nurse father's gaze head on.
엄지. 겉으로는 명예를 앞세워도 비겁한 수단 없이는 제대로 된 임무를 수행하지 못하는 손가락.
What an Arknights collab does to a game. I guess. If only you could say the same about R6.
본사 연구소가 습격당했다는 연락을 받은 동시에 엔질이라는 고전적인 방법을 써서라도 나를 어떻게든.
그 반응 역시 내가 제대로 찾아. 이게 당신의 케이크였어. 티켓 기억나니? 네가 교양 없이 입가에 크림을 덕지덕지 묻히면서 처먹었던 그날. 그 더러운 꼬라지로 내 앞에서 웃고 있으면 케이크를 바닥에 쳐박고 싶어지니까.
Wow.
케이크가 아무리 달콤하고 맛있어도 내 앞에서 안달난 티 내지 말라고. 내가 말했잖아, 티켓. 자꾸 칠 거면 내가 눈치 못 채게.
Ah.
표정 관리부터 완벽하게 하라고. 지랄하지 말고 똑바로 말해. 한 이유가 뭐야? 아니. 그냥 말하지 마.
That's a lot of censoring. Wow.
그 찾아. 내가 이 눈으로 너 하나 못 막을 것 같아?
글쎄, 발렌치나. 네가 그 눈을 얼마나 신뢰.
8 a.m. and you haven't slept since a year ago. Have fun and a good news spin around the sun. Yeah, fair enough. See you around, Alex. Like a memory is mutilated. Yeah, pretty much.
반쪽짜리가 된 그 유물로는.
Ooh. Trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. But she grinned without a care.
그래. 티켓이랑 가까워지니까. 하지만 곧 괜찮아질 거야.
내놈, 날 죽이는 게 목적이 아니군.
You're back again to lurk? Welcome back, Saf. Welcome back.
근데 이 새끼 아까부터 자꾸 건방지게 꼬박꼬박 반.
But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on.
그걸 알면 뒷문이 열리는 대로 여기서 꺼져. 다른 아비들이 기다리고 있으니까 거기 가선 예의 있게 굴고. 아, 머릿속이 뒤죽박죽이라 바로바로 떠올리기 힘들 텐데.
Ah.
잠깐만요. 그냥 보내줄 생각이라면
아가리.
Ah. Do not speak out of turn. Funny thumb logic. The thumb nurse father muttered viciously.
나는 버릇없이 주제도 모르는 게 끼어드는 걸 티켓, 네 친구들이니?
그렇다만.
그래? 뭐 그럼 다 보내도 괜찮겠네. 먹잇감들이 알아서 날아오겠다는데 굳이 막을 이유는 없으니까.
Her eye fixed intently on Virgilius, The bum nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. Back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Charon first, then.
망설이지 마십시오, 단테. 당신이
Virgilius continued coldly, as though he was reading my mind.
오히려 당신이 저자의 뜻대로 뒷문을 통해 가는 게 이건 저만을 묶기 위한 상황이고 저건 당신과 4번 수감자를 부르기 위한 상황이니 말이죠.
그 말대로야. 차놓은 거미줄에 불 기껏 엮어둔 그물이 다 끊어지면 곤란하지.
와우.
본사까지의 포탈 전개 거의 끝났어요. 그런데 이건 도대체 본사로 연결하는 보안망이 전부 뚫려 있는데
보안이 무너진 뒷문을 통해 침입한 것인가?
와우.
연결됐어요.
따라올 텐가?
파우스트가 가면 이 뒷문 조정기의 사용법을 숙지한 사람이 저는 베르길리우스님이 그걸 구출할 때까지 남게.
그럼 먼저 가지.
As always, Roshu did not prolong the conversation. He did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye, as she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor. He gave Sword a nod in her stead.
단테 4번 수감자의 실은 팽팽하게 당겨져 있습니다. 언제 끊어져도 이상하지 않으면서 동시에 어떤 날붙이보다도 예리해.
What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Sword sure has a lot of blood. Yeah, you're right. Snapping, severing. Wasn't sure what exactly it was referring to, but it won't be severed. Not when the chains bind us together, bruh. I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area which the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of.
가시죠, 단테.
With Virgilius's words hanging heavily over us, we made our way into the back door connected to the HQ research facility.
지령은 수행되었습니다. 한치의 고민도
Yeah,
필요
Faust
없이
had the best
명확한
clashing and in the
지령을
end the best, what's it called, combat.
비록 저희에게 대항하는 자들은 많았지만
There was an EX clear for that. Clear within 10 turns. Oh, I should have been a little more careful. Why not? This one. Yeah, 10 turns. I should have been a bit more careful with it. Us through the broken truck. We then take a portal through to... Oh. Alright, give me a moment. Just gonna use the washroom, grab something real quick to snack on, get a shirt, blah, blah, blah. All the stuff I haven't done since coming home. Alrighty. They really doing the whole red string of fate thing, huh? Mutilated memory.
LC 부서입니다.
야, 이건
Well, shit's fucked. The sight that greeted us was nothing like what we remembered from our last visits to the regular checkup.
이미 상황이 끝났군.
본사 쪽에서 제압하는 중이거나
Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped along the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은. 파우스트 씨, LCE의 전투 가능한 인원의 비율이 어떻게 되는지 아시나요?
직원들이 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 전투에 활용할 수 있는
아.
수준으로 연 LCE는 다른 연구 부서에 비해 전투 테스트 및 실험 빈도가 잦습니다. 착용하고 있는 에고 장비 또한 계획적인 급습을 원활히 대비할 수는 없.
실험실 속 샌님들이 거미들이 뛰어다니는 실전을 막아낼 수 있어.
Well, all three of them are probably fucking dead. The memories came flooding back. Researchers jotting down our checkup results on piles of paper, and Hohenheim, with his droopy, tired eyes, leafing through the files. We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when he rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hair out from the sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Masoud, if you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP.
신원을 파악할 수 없는 시체를 세고 확인했으나 신장이나 복장 등을 고려하였을 때
Have faith they will survive. Bruh.
제대로 정해 보지도 못하고 당했구나.
The glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor.
32구의 시체 중 26구의 시체가
Identical physical trauma. Shit. Alright. Identical.
흉부 중앙, 심장이 있는 위치에 나선형의 관통상이 있으며 흉기는 시체들의 손에 쥐어진 나선과 유사한 물체로 추정됩니다. 관리자.
이 나선 이분들이 스스로 뽑아낸 것 같아요. 왜 이런?
What the? Ah. Oh, CG.
부드럽군.
Roshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From the cryptic words and contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past. Touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture in search of something that should have been there in her hands. And I've been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However, what I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut up her memories into pieces. Within Roshu's memories, something did indeed rest in her palm, however. I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food, a weapon, or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it, and words that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. First time in chat, so just want to say I really liked your content and how Happy New Year. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Happy New Year as well, mate. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who, in all likelihood, had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling in the air, watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshu's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember? Saru. Are you fucking kidding me? Ah. Okay. Okay, calm down. Just let the chapter play out first. Just let the chapter play out first.
기억나는 건 이름뿐이군.
You mean...
시계. 너도 들여다봤듯이 내 머리 안은 난도질당해 있다. 순서도 모습도 제각각 엉켜있지. 그러니 나는 기억에 대해 설명할 수 있는 것이 없다.
Nice to finally know, I guess.
상황 파악은 어느 정도 된 것 같군. 외부의 침입과 함께 환상체나 뒤틀림 최종들이 동시다발적으로 탈출하는 상황이다.
와, 그건 진짜 상상도 하기 싫은데. 침입자들을 상대하면서 탈출한 괴물.
그래. 그리고 우리는 지금 그 최악의 사태에
Otis wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that kill everyone's morale.
순서대로 나열하자면 1차적으로 이곳 LC 부사가 정체불명의 세력의 기습을 받았다. 연구원들을 살해한 무기는 일정하지 않고
나를 보렴. 가장 긴 궤적을 그리는 직선의 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지. 나를 보렴. 작은 틈새로 목숨을 앗아가는 무기를 사용할 땐 말이지. 나를 보렴. 다한 것을 으깨버리는 유연한 무기를
The
사용할 땐
badass conditioning going on here.
그놈답게 엉켜있군.
어떤 무기들이 쓰였는지 파악하기도 쉽지.
Ryoshu whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance.
최소 3개 이상의 무기를 능숙하게 사용하는 자라고 봐야 되겠군. 다시 이어서 말하자면 침입자들의 기습은 예측할 새도 없이 순식간에 수행되었고 LC에서는 제대로 된 반격조차 이뤄지지 못했다. 주목해야 하는 사실은 여기에 있다. 이들이 환상체의 격리실 문을 개방한 것은 습격이 성공적으로 종료된 이후로 보인다.
Ah,
이상하긴 하네요.
like the pose that Ryoshu is making? Eh.
보통은 그 반대로 하려고 하겠죠. 먼저 격리실 문을 개방시켜서 상황을 혼잡.
그래. 일반적으로 할 법한 전략은 아니지. 이런 변칙적인 수를 둔 이유는 첫 번째로는 이들은 양동작전 따위가 필요 없을 정도의 실력자라는 것.
트럭에서 카론 씨를 붙잡은
일종의 후속 대처를 위해 일부러 환상체를 탈출시켰을 가능성이다.
후속 대처? 혹 그들이 습격했다는 사실을
아니, 위정책은 가능성이 낮다. 시체를 집어먹는 환상체가 있었다면 좀 더 타당한 건 우리와 같이 후속으로 진입할 본사의
시간을 끈다는 건
그래. 분명한 표적을 갖고 침입했을
저들이 찾는 것이 이곳 어딘가에 있다는 거겠군요.
Well,
찾는데 오랜 시간이 소요되는 것이어서
서둘러야겠어.
okay, chapter did nothing with Saru. Okay. Saru is the Japanese word for monkey. It is also the word that they specifically used for, let's see, a nickname given to Yoshihide. Yoshihide in Hellscreen is given the nickname of Saruhide. Essentially being, well, monkey Hide. Calling the painter a monkey because he was, well, for lack of a better term, he was an asshole, pretty much. He was pretty bad to his apprentices and whatnot, but it was undeniable his skill with a brush. There was also a monkey in Lord Horikawa's courts, which eventually got named Yoshihide due to the artist's daughter having done a couple of things here and there and whatnot. Anyhow, all you need to know is, no, that isn't a slight at Akutagawa this time. This one's more a slight at Kim Ji-hoon. Why the fuck would you drop that there? Anyway. Red Fred. Abi Koyan. I'm not a fan. Pride damage. It's everything. It's just Pekatula spam. Abby Kyorkan. Clear within 10 turns, and we're having to murder Pekatula. Got it. Alright, let me rearrange things again. Okay.
지령을
You three are poor at this point. Hanafood is nice to have.
사냥감을 찾은 건
주먹으로 매만.
흔들어 보죠.
And we are swapping you back to gun. It's everything. Yep.
와일드 헌트야.
We love focus slop encounters. Oh God. Oh, the background's pretty cool though. Prescript.
혹시라도 일하는데 힘든 점이 있다면 언제든지 나와 상담해줘.
Do you like focus slop? I hate focus slop. So here we are doing some focus slop.
나가주게.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 지감하기도
Everything including the baby ones. Yep. There we go. Post? Post, please. Please post. Do not fuck up the prescript. I say doing this story with level 55 because I didn't want to farm EXP before unlocking the new EXP was certainly a decision. Oh, my condolences. I had a lot of EXP tickets lying around, so I just made use of them. Oh, mark target is over here. Okay, nice. Get a Dullahan out. Is that a bit overkill? Ah, should be alright. Oh, we're a bit short. Okay. If anything was under, rip. Forced to Pekatul and fight on Mirror Dungeon. Well, maybe it's not that bad. Don't trust the win rate. Fair. Oh, that wasn't enough. Really? Oh my god, you guys. That's not fantastic. Oh, there's 11 of them. Okay, that's like continuously more annoying. Let's see. We can get one extra point. Why not? One extra point of Bright will do. Oh, never mind. Rip. I wasted an attack. Otis still hits like a truck. Good job. Alrighty, what's your target? Okay. Another spinny boy. Class 2 is a little more annoying. The big boy. Let's see, you're gonna close on no matter what, so... Yeah, why not? Get a title, squeeze in a title elegy. be another one's PM needs you to waste your energy, bruh. Residual specs of EXP from stuff they gave it. Fair. So how is count application without echoes since the new syncing IDs replace both butlers? I mean, Podya still exists. It's not like your count is being like turbo nerfed that badly. Wow. Tails on everything. Good job, Ishmael. Good job, Ishmael. Oh god, that was kind of pathetic. And these are the last 3 enemies, so like nothing at this point. Yeah, you need red, and you're going to instantly call Zan after this, right? Right, Ishmael? Just in case it's not enough. And it wasn't enough. Thanks, Jisung. Thank you. We really needed you to hit heads there. Pulls on the freebie. Thank you, Gregor. Okay, think forced slots better into poise. You take Butler force. Tails on calls on to carry it home, screaming.
이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 노놨네.
Oh. Oh, there's just this. You know, you'd think they'd learn from you know, Canto 4, right? You think they'd learn. Hiss. Very clearly, they have not indeed learnt from Canto 4. Prescript, your target is this one. A worst starting hand. It's fine though, we take what we get and we run with it. You know what, you can take a hit, that's fine. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Huh. Oh, right. We still have Otis over here. That's fine. You will do the same fight 500 times and you will like it. Nah. I've done worse before, honestly. When Bloody Mist was still strong enough in MD, I abused the living hell out of it during, what's it called, Mirror of the Wuthering or whatever the bloody hell it was. The one during Heathcliff's Canto. 15 minutes clear on MD? Yeah, sure, I'll take them. Ah, they make it look so brutal. Ah. Don't tell me that there's going to be a third node after this one that's just going to be the bloody class-free Pekatula as well. Like, honestly, they could have used this section just to show off a bunch of abnos that might have broken out, but no. No, that'd be too much effort. Therefore, everything we're fighting here is a bloody... What's it called? Everything we're fighting is a bloody Pekatula. Gotta love it. Oh, I forgot I didn't dual hunt him to start. Anyway. Wasn't around before the Bloody Mist nerf. It was basically the same effects for the entire team rather than first deployed. More or less, it was just a ridiculous amount of coin power, so everything just slapped stupid hard.
너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만 우리는 뭐?
여기가 역사지.
굳이 직접
저희
목격하지
직원들이
않아도
개체의 부위를
느낄 수 있겠죠.
파괴했어요.
How many was in this one? 12 of them are in this one. Great. Fantastic. Amazing. Good job, Project Moon. The music's good. Don't get me wrong. The music's great, but, man. Let's see. We'll want to eliminate anything with higher HP as fast as possible.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘한 일이야.
지령의 뜻이니 이건
예측한 대로 격발.
Oh, really? There we go. That's more like it.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
직원들이 위험한 상황 같아요.
That's your target force.
개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Let's see. We are in grass. Well, not grass. What's we call it? Blue Sakura. Doesn't matter. That's fine. Yeah.
지령에 따라 참격.
Okay, we did get a bright point off of that. Sweet. Max calls on then. Look at all that prescript.
충족. 지령이 이끈
And still we rolled one tails.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령의 뜻. 두렵지 않습니다.
제압 개체의 상태가 나빠졌어요. 아, 다행이에요. 개브라를 통해 토끼팀을 불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각.
Was this fight really necessary? At the end of the day. It really doesn't feel like it was. Oh. Thanks for joining along. Anyhow. Sinking team, yeah, sinking team. I got lucky enough to roll both of the new units, so I may as well incorporate them into something.
죽는 것도
And well, this was the easiest answer, honestly.
두렵지 않습니다.
이제 정말 개체의 제압까지 얼마 남지 않았어.
Bruh. These fights end up being so sloppy, man.
포위망 구축.
Okay, Korzan will demolish this, if not. Yeah, Korzan will demolish the rest of this. Bam, bam. Done.
죽는 것도 사는 것도
Alright.
지령의 뜻.
That's sorted then.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
But of course you are the one who did the most damage, Kodya. But of course you are.
이제
Alright.
내려준 아이가 없어졌지.
Combat story. Finally. Yay. God. As we were battling our way through the escaped Pecatula, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 들려?
이쪽 부근이군.
Masoud stared at the giant containment chamber door, where it lay on the ground, smashed and knocked loose.
최종이나 다른 적 해체일 가능성은?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니.
이거 오티스 씨.
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
Oh. We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. Oh. Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? Hey, Alyssa. Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. She was one of Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup. Is Canto 9 so annoying? Unbreakable coins? Funky. Alyssa slowly shared her name, her voice strained as she was squeezing out the air out of her lungs. Wait, let's see. Her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain. Hey look, Pablo. The roach is on his shoulder.
알리사 씨, 상태는?
숨을 크게 쉴 때마다
She's dead.
숨에서 살려달라고. 팀장님이 말씀하시던 게 생각나네요. 우리는 주인공이 아니기에.
Alyssa let out a brief, dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐.
Alyssa's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
경고음이 울리지 않았어요. 저희 부서는 조금이라도 뭔가 잘못되면 호헨하임 씨가 로보토미 코퍼레이션 최후를 답습하게 되고 싶진 않으시다고.
A pained grimace crept into Alyssa's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what was staked through her chest.
당신들이 습격을 알아차리기 직전까지도 아무런 경고음도 발동되지 않았군요.
네.
We waited quietly as Alyssa caught her breath and calmed down.
갑자기 불이 꺼졌어요. 이번에 진행하고 있는 실험 때문일 거라고 생각했어요. 전력을 많이 잡아먹는 실험이라고 팀장님이 종종 투덜거리시곤 했거든요. 그때부터
Alyssa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint.
그래서 시간이 지나면 자연스럽게 복구가 될 거라. 다른 직원들도 마찬가지였죠.
경고음이 울리지 않았으니까요.
저는 실험실에 가지고 와야 하는 자료가 있어서 그러다가 어둠 속에서 또렷하게 누군가의 구두 소리가 느리지도 빠르지도 않은 여유 있으면서도 절도 있는 걸음걸이였죠. 그 직후에는 누군가가 단말마 같은 비명을 지르는 것을 시작으로 끝없는 아비 교환이 이어졌어요. 무슨 일이 일어나는 건지. 누구야? 앞을 향해서 달리는 것밖에는 도리가 없었어요. 그러다가 가볍게 스쳐가는 바람. 곧 잠시 정신을 잃었다가 깨어보니 온갖 환상체와 죄종이 이어
What is rant count?
까지 탈출하고 격리실 문이 튕겨나가지
How do I put it? So, each of Limbus's cantos are based off of different pieces of literature written by different authors. Akutagawa, let's see, Ryunosuke Akutagawa was the specific fellow which wrote Hellscream, which would be the inspiration behind this canto. However, they seem to be borrowing a lot of these short stories from Akutagawa's works. He wrote over 150 short stories in his 12 or 13 years of publishing. Now, the thing is, I do not like Akutagawa very much. So, whenever something shows up which pisses me off in terms of Akutagawa's works that Project Moon decided to borrow, or anything in regards to Akutagawa's works, the counter goes up. So far, though, they've faked this out with Spider's Fred and the mention of Saruhide being the nickname given to Yoshihide at a certain point.
호엔하임 씨나 다른 분들과는
팀장님, 팀장님은 발표실 근처에 계셨을 거예요. 혹시 제 주머니에 있는 종?
Alyssa drew a simple map on a piece of torn paper.
다른 분들이 무사할지는 모르겠어요. 하지만
그래, 그래. 대강.
Gregor replied calmly.
진작 피가 안 멈추잖아. 넌 뭐 좀 보이냐?
Heathcliff asked Otis with palpable concern.
움직임이 클수록 체내로 파고드는 구조로 보인다. 살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히 죽일 수. 팔을 묶어두고 싶었던 건지.
가만히 있었기에 현명했기보다는 너무 아파서.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가? 그래, 영영 저런 걸 달고 있을 순 없잖아. 빨리 뽑고.
Don't pull that out. Everyone else around is dead because they yanked it out.
소용없다.
Roshu spat out a reply.
소용없다니요?
아니, 뽑아내는 것은 어렵지 않아. 그러지 않는 편이 나을 뿐.
억지로 뽑으면 복도에 있던 그 시체들처럼 되는 거냐?
그래. 저 나선은 반대편에 도달하기 위해 끝없이 파고들지만 역설적이게도
Am I Esku's long lost brother? No, hell no. As far as I'm concerned.
딸, 이건 나선이야.
At most, I can put Esku as a friend of a friend. However, said friend is complicated to describe.
한 번 박히고 나면 조금만 움직여도 계속 파고들기 때문에 제자리에 가만히 있을 수밖에 없단다. 처음에는 따끔한 가시처럼 느껴질 뿐이지만 빼내려 할수록 파고드는 무기지. 하지만 계속 파고들긴 해도 끝에 도달하려 할수록 나사는 점점 느려져서.
Your videos helped me survive when Esku abandoned us. I must thank you. No worries, no worries. And Esku's back these days. He came out with the whole Hey Show rant the other day.
대체하는 방법은 알지? 네가 일을 끝내고 오면 알려줄 거란다. 만약 없이
Pull it out without the
모든 것이
oh.
거다. 그러니 살고 싶다면
All I could see were these fragments of her memories, its remnants. Once again, I recalled Ryoshi's shattered memories, with the distinct feeling of drawing something up to the surface. The scenes from her mutilated memories. As it was generally the case, I didn't know how exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me, the moment I wished for it to happen.
뭐가 좀 보였나 시계?
Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers like a password?
그 나선에 엮인 역사를 풀이하려면 그에 맞는 짝이 필요하단다. 짝이 맞는 숫자도 없이 검과 검집, 음과 양, 과거와 미래, 나와 너.
a very funky
빛이
way of
독하고
doing,
지긋지긋하게 짝지어져 있는
and it's workshop weaponry, I guess, but still.
죽는다는 게 뭔지 아니?
Let's see, Zap, if you're still there and asking what the cat redeem does, do not do the cat redeem. Anyway.
무언가를 벤다는 건
For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face.
흰머리.
말씀하시죠.
나선은 해제할 수 있다. 시계의 말대로. 하지만 정확히 무엇이 필요한지가 기억나지 않는 거북나선이라는 이름을 가진 나선 무기에 대해서
Tortoise Spiral.
파우스트를 사용하는 방법을 조금이나마 깨우치셨군요. 제가 해당 장치를 시각적으로 확인하였고 류슈 씨가 범위를
사용하는 방법이요?
Ignoring the curious looks from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to a body and unclasps a spiral from their hands.
제논의 거북나선. 파우스트에 의하면
Xenon's
해당 장치는
Tortoise Spiral.
이렇게 불립니다.
After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch.
사물쇠입니다. 대응되는 숫자는
7-digit combination.
또한 알리사 씨의 피가 멎지 않는 이유는 나선이 심장을 관통하지 못할 뿐 파고드는 성질
잠겨 있다면 요정으로 열 수 있지 않나?
Very.
F사의 특이점을 말하는
Corp singularity.
있는 것이라면 그 무엇이라도 열어주는 기술.
Being able to unlock everything.
좋은 방안 아닌가?
요정으로 여는 것은 가능할 테지만 해당 나선 무기에 적용된 기술이
확실하게 하려면 고가의 요정이 필요하겠군. 그런 물품을
Ryoshu and the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to use brute force to... Let's say, we weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock.
안될 거라고 생각하긴 하는데 영부터
Start from zero and work from there, no.
보편적인 잠금 장치와 동일하게
That a number of incorrect attempts.
번호로 입력할 경우
됐어.
마음 같아서는 솔직히 무서우니까. 하지만 저희 팀장님 아시잖아요. 쉽게 당하실 분.
You know our boss, he won't go down... He went down pretty easily from what I recall. Actually, no, I had to attempt him twice, but... No, he went down pretty easily.
차라리
하지만 이대로면
뭐 연구원이 멍청하게 죽는 100가지 방법에 나오는 것처럼.
Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness, even in situations like these. But it was clearly taking considerable efforts on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked what those 100 dumb ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence.
알리사군 다시 돌아오겠네. 반드시 다시 돌아오겠네. 그러니까 적들이 다가오는 것 같으면 최대한 몸을 피해 있게.
참고로 얘는 한다면 하는 놈이니까 흘려듣지 마라.
그럴게.
C485.
C8... Let's say 485. Ryoshu quietly muttered to herself.
시계. 방탈출 해봤나? 이건
What?
일종의 방탈출 게임 같은 거다. 불의를 위해서는 단서를 모아야 하지.
A game, huh?
저 연구원 놈 살리고 싶은 것 아닌가? 그렇다면 저 나선에 쓰인 고유 번호가 필요해.
Need the serial number on that spiral. Every step we took away from Alyssa as she suffered a slow death was painful. Wasn't even sure we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. Well, that's fun. You know, the thread only connects through certain nodes. Doesn't even start here. It starts at the textbook, goes upwards, comes down at the node that means virtually nothing, comes back up at here. Unless it's supposed to be cluing us in on something. Charm. fairy body. This is not just the fairy lantern. Either the fairy lantern or we're about to run into a corrupted version or corroded version of one of the researchers. Ishmael, who had been following the route Alyssa had mapped out, stopped in her tracks.
이스마일 씨,
이스가 지도를 보고 있는데 길을 잃을 리는 없고 길은 잘 찾아가고 있는 중이 너무 수월해서 문제죠.
What's wrong with that?
우리가 지나온 길을 떠올려 보세요. 다른
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔.
뭐 그렇다고 해서 찝찝하지만 어쩌겠냐.
잠깐 파오. 이것 좀 봐봐.
환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요. 개체명은
Yep, Fey Lantern. Go figure.
그 나무 원본이 이거야?
I don't think Fey Lantern's the only abnormality that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. Okay. So what old abnos are we about to fight? Okay, it's the Fey Lantern to start. Wow, it charmed 3 people at once. Inflict 2 rupture counts, core body heals. Okay. Like, a little annoying, but not the most annoying. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, it raises from the ground. And we clash it normally. Wait, is this the only thing here? Really? Just this one? Okay. Not exactly what you'd want to see, but... let's redo this then. Okay. Everything's roughly the same. Offense level. Borrowing Roots is the highest one, it seems. Yep. Yeah, next bet would be to Hush Lose, deal minus 80% damage, and damage dealt by the skill cannot stagger the target. Okay, do we have anything that can clash that any better? That's probably our next best bet then. Not ideal. We rolled a lot of skill ones in the end. Well, that's probably the best we're going to get out of this, so... end it. Hey, nice. That's fine. We're not building up that much count currently. Say long. Imagine this replaces the one you fight in MDs. Be pretty funky. Let me remember which buttons were toggles. There we go. There you go. You're getting yourself your thingamabob, and let's see. Oh, we can't afford any of you yet. That's a rip. Let's see. What have we discarded? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's fine. Go for it. Send it.
당신 짝 해본 적. 격발.
Gotta love all the burst damage we can do. It's gonna go to another charm phase, isn't it? Yeah, it went to another charm phase.
역시 이것 봐요. 제가 미리 상담했어야 제대로 굴러가는 건데.
It's a little annoying, but what can you do? It's just enough. Okay. Nice. Hang on, what's with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we are to delve deeper, it appears mirror the one we encountered in the refraction railway. While Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject, he is not great enough a genius to turn that curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibly be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. Seems to be a torn page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paints, so it would be easier to spot. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. Probably not. It's probably a note meant for possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record. Irregularities. Written by Moses. LCD on sites. Really? Moses? Come on. LCD on-site investigative reasoning leader. The entity abruptly escaped its containment units during the assaults. Regardless of this note, should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Keep reading the record. When a high number of employees within the research facility were killed, the Fey Lantern breached containment. Under the LCE abnormality control protocols, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attunement level exceeding 75% of LCE Ego Fey Lantern, or when the outcome of managerial work is determined to be above very good. The Fey Lantern, whose escape was triggered by deaths around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern by preying on Charm's victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets all at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Ezra destroyed the... After Ezra destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation log, the Fey Lantern's aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Ezra was no longer affected by its charm. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes the Blue Fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to most researchers. However, I shall leave a note to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum. When the Fey Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet due to the limited sample size, further confirmation will be necessary. That is long. That's quite a bit of useful tips. Now I think we've got the rough idea of how to deal with it. Blah blah blah, we suppress it.
보세요, 관리자님. 다들 역경을 이겨내고 유능한 직원이 되었어요. 이번엔 도움이 됐을까요?
Which means currently the person with the best bet is like Gregor right now. Huh. Cannot be targeted for charmed. Nice. Isn't this thing like almost already dead anyway? Like I don't see the particular cause for concern here. This is a fuck it we ball. You don't have that much sanity, but some damage, at least. Done. Did we just do too much damage for the gimmick to actually be like, for the gimmick to actually happen? Bucketwee Ball is just the Heisho team in general? Kinda. Heishos have a little bit more nuance than people give them credit for, but most of them are slot your defensive, go ham. YouTube model, so cute? Eh, it's one that I've been running for quite a while at this point. Let's see. Ah, yes. More combat. And just combat only. Left blade, right blade. Oh, come on. Really? We're fighting the way... It even says it right there. It's the Wayward, what's to call it? Whatever the bloody hell his name is. Wayward Passenger. Like, bruh, are they even being subtle about this anymore? Is this one going to be a special version too? Okay, you have 2 counters. And a bunch of attacks out the gate. Okay, 3 scripts on the left blade. That's not the most inspiring. Oh, come on. Really? Really, Gregor? Bro. Oh my god. Wait, those blades have a lot of HP this time. Oh, it's high rolling everything and we're low rolling everything. Oh god. Oh, of course, it gets to do its portals. Pain. Actually, just pain. Wow, we rolling so garbage. Ubarashi.
직원들에게 유리한 상황 같아요. 이 상황에 개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
If Cliff, please. Oh, you're kidding. Oh my god. And you don't even have to be positive, Rodya. There we go. Screamer surely would not lose a fight against Wayward Passenger. Surely, right? Pass through the Dimension Rift again. Pass through the Dimension Rift again. Pass through the Dimension Rift again. Really? What in the... Okay, sure. The left blade again. Okay, let's see. You are on the Dullahan still, so... Ah, so much of this is screaming. You know what? Let's just fix all of our problems in one go. Fuck it. We ball. Can you clash anything? Fuck. Fuck. Alright.
목을 내놓고 있도록. 막을 수 없다면 직접 후회를 새겨주지.
Actually, just getting kicked in the teeth by the wayward passenger is like, bruh.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Actually, he hit really hard just then. Jesus. Now calls on. Hey, let's go. It didn't hit very hard, but we're going. Mistake of using clock abilities during Lucio fight. Not like the Abno fights. I see. Most unfortunate. High speed rip space. Gotta love it. Can clash regardless of speed. Okay. We only go neutral. Which means we need an ego. Favorable is not ideal. Anyone else have something better to clash with, is the question. Okay, Paphos is just like the easy answer. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. On hit without cracking. Okay, so shouldn't end the turn, right? Pretty sure you've never seen a high-speed rip space before. Fair. Wow.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는 훨씬 낫지. 다음엔 좀 더 신경 써보자. 제압기체의 상태가 나빠졌어요.
Christ, this fight feels like it's dragging on for a while now.
토끼팀을 불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각하고 있었는데.
Okay, so it's on the left blade again. Ah, this guy is too fast. The left blade is like right at the stagger threshold. The right blade is not. Which means we are praying that we hit the stagger on both of these.
당신 짝패군요. 억세 성공.
That's a good stagger. That's not a stagger. Oh, Oh no. That's not good. I miscounted. We're fucked. Fast enemies are so annoying, especially when they have counters. Yep. Just the shut up. Shut up. We've already won now. Already over. There we go. Koi koi. Done. Fuck this fight. Ah, Christ. Did not even know half those attacks actually existed with this cunt.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지. 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Okay, whoever told me this was peak is lying, man. Fuck this shit. Why the fuck is there a third fight in a row? Fruit, roots, left stem, right stem. It's the fucking apple. Are they just burning out Encephal? Like, bro. Bro, please.
이번엔 어떤 짓을 한 악인들이요?
I did not wish for this. Congrats on getting both the new IDs. Last one. Thanks, thanks. Oh god. Did they make it bigger or has that always been that big? Six attack power up on the roots. Really? For one attack. So it's the right stem that has the prescript. Bruh. And it outspeeds us right now. That is annoying. Gregor can't even hit anything if he wanted to. Otis doesn't have anything targeting them either. Are some of you just gonna, let yourselves get hit? Is that what this is? And yeah, we can't win that, so... One clash for every... Okay, that's not the worst. There's gonna be like one extra unopposed on like... There's just one extra unopposed on Yisung. Okay, red. We pray a red shows up. If a blue shows up, unfortunate. Heathcliff, please. Imagine not having some kind of buff that gives you 10 billion haste. Yes. Boss, please, just let me use your S3. Okay, you're going up against the head this time. Sure. Everyone has bind! Bind! Bro does not have it in him. Clash lose. Oh my god. Okay, so what aren't we clashing? Okay, we have two things we aren't clashing yet. The back two. And everything else should be fine. There we go. Hey, save us, Roger. It's the first abno we ever fought against. Wow. Oh, oh yeah.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
죽도록 달릴 시간이다.
Only favored, really. Dominating, there we go. Alright, Force, what do you want to hit? Force wants to hit the left stem. Okay. Force is not fast enough to hit the left stem properly. Right. Oh, welcome back. Yeah, why not? Okay, this should be very doable now. Thank you. Okay, Koi. There we go. It only hit once because the pot broke. Screaming. That was a lot nastier. That might be a problem. That is indeed a problem. Oh god. Why are you in grass suit? Oh, that's annoying. It'll do. Alright, we're mostly fine. Yeah, we should be fine. Okay. Fuck this thing, man. We're just dumping everything on it. Okay. Right, if this can break as well, then hiss. Bro, why aren't you just dead?
두렵지 않습니다.
Just die, please. Christ. The arm will break. Go for the head. Yeah. There was one more attack I could have placed on it. Oh my god. Please. Christ. Done. Okay.
두렵지 않습니다.
That's better.
도박장째로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야. 아, 한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도 되겠는데요? 사무소 놓았네.
I'm disappointed over here in Wild Hunt Heathcliff. Very disappointed. No damage and take too much damage.
이쪽인 것 같아요.
이곳에만 불이 들어와 있네요. 방송 섹터라고 적혀 있어요.
Now, there was one particularly dodgy prediction that I made for this Canto. There are enemies that have free coin unbreakable attacks. Have you encountered them earlier? How are they? Not the worst, but definitely far from the best. But yeah, there was one weird prediction that I made for this particular Canto, and it was if they were going to use more of Akutagawa's short stories, rather than just Hell's Screen and Spider's Thread, if they decided to make use of Rashomon. Rashomon follows a former servant essentially going traitor to his lord and trying to steal from his lord. If it is the case that the LCE is meant to represent Rashomon Castle or Rashomon Estate, then there's a 50-50 shot or a decent shot. If the LCE is Rashomon Estates, then one of the three in LCE checkup is a traitor. Hence why everything has been going a little too smoothly and predictably currently. That is my personal guess. I don't know if that's actually what comes to fruition, but it is better that I outline that now rather than later.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지.
방송 섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는
It's hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라 문이 잠겨 있진 않을 거예요.
멈춰. 한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
A familiar voice booms from a loudspeaker, delivering us a sharp warning.
이 앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할 걸? 만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세. 잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야?
Ah, I see.
이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내에 폭발이 일어나.
Christ.
야, 그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아.
Nice.
아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면.
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다. 폭발물에 해당하는
범위도 터무니없어.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오.
As the voice behind the microphone began to grow increasingly irritated, it became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I'd heard it somewhere before.
알리사 씨 말에 따르면 이 부근의 호에
잠깐. 방금 알리사라고 했나?
이 목소리 착각이
그다지 반갑지 않은 그 목소리로 미루어 보건대 이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들은 많네.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는
Wow, passive aggressive at this timing. The doors of the broadcast sector inched open, but before you could take even a proper look at the people holed up within,
뭐야, 너희들이었어? 기억나지?
Ah, there we are. Ezra.
에즈라 씨.
We came face to face with Ezra, who'd video called us with a plethora of information on blood fiends prior to our mission in La Mancha Land.
라만차랜드에서 대활약을 해냈다면서? 역시 우리가 도움을 준 덕분이지? 아, 그래서 그 너희 중에 있다던 그 무진장 센 혈기는?
네?
안부 인사는 나중에 나누도록 하지.
Hey, Moses in person. The next person to show up was Moses. Saw her in the video call too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right.
아까 폭탄이 어쩌고 하면서 온갖 협박을 한.
어쩔 수 없었잖아. 이 근방에 남은 사람은 우리 말고는 없을 거라고 생각했는데 갑자기 10명 되는 인원들이 떼거지로 몰려오는 소리가 들리니까.
Ezra gestured towards the blank surveillance cameras in the broadcast sector with her chin.
참고로 저기 무지하게 똑똑하다는 양반이 카메라를 복구시키는 중이래. 전력이 차단되어서 시간이 좀 걸릴 거라나.
좋은 일로 엮일
Oh,
거란 예상은
he's alive.
했지만
There we are.
자네들과 이런 식으로 제외하게 될 줄도 몰랐네.
Underneath the array of monitors, Ezra pointed out, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered, who gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with a tangle of power circuits.
안녕하세요. 다치신 분은 보이지 않아서 다행입니다.
Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip.
그건 그렇고 알리사가 우리의 위치를 알려줬다 했나?
치명상.
Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look, as though she was taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fates.
월색이라 마치 보물 찾기 놀이라도 하는 듯이 말하는군. 차라리 숨을 끊어주고 오는 게 알리사에게 더 도움이 되었을.
무슨 우리가 여태껏 해온 걸 보고도 모르겠냐? 가망이 없는 것도 아닌데
Hey.
쉽게 포기하지 말라고.
Heathcliff taking the lead here is great.
이해해 주세요. 침입자 중 몇몇은 사람에게 고통을 가하는 걸 즐기는 것 같아. 저와 팀장님은 습격이 시작된 시각에 실험실 근처에 있었습니다. 단지 그런 이유로 사지 멀쩡하게 이곳까지.
알리사 군은 잘 우리가 약속했네. 돌아갔어. 잠깐. 훈훈한 와중에 미안한데 지금 어디에 있어? 벌써 습격한 놈들을
에즈라.
Moses, who had been glaring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze toward Ezra.
팀장님, 붉은 특색과 합류하면 막내가 없어도 승산이 충분하지 않을까요?
그래. 하지만 붉은 시선은 다른 이유를 말할 필요도 없이.
뭐? 아니, 왜 너희만 온 건데?
Ezra's face immediately soured the moment she realized that Virgilius wasn't with us. Her voice crashed over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests barging into her home.
저희만 오고 싶어서 온 게 아니거든요.
길잡이 양반은 발목에 붙잡혔어. 료슈 말로는 거미집의 엄지압이
연구소를 급습한 자들처럼 상당한 무력을
무시할 수 없을 만큼 출중한 기량을 가진 자였다.
아르고스 부대의 에우리알로스와 비교하면 어떻지?
큰 차이는 없을.
Argos unit. Bruh. That's what they went with? Okay. Sure.
잠깐. 네놈 그 부대와 이름을 안다는 건.
Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie, and soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts.
그자가 인질로 붙잡혔나?
네? 그걸
습격자를 단수로 서술하더군. 생략한 걸 수도 있지만 그렇다 해도 소수의 인원이었을 거다. 그리고 운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고.
팀장님은 딱 보면 거의 다 알아채신다. 그런데 너희 오면서 마주친 사람은 없었어?
다행히 죄종들이나 인형들 외에는 없었어.
Ishmael barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amid the barrage of questions. Yes, stray Otis law.
두 분은 LCD 부서잖아요. 왜 LCE 부서가 있는 본사에 와 계신 거죠?
그건 말이지. 오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이 무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오던지. 그쵸 팀장님. 우리도
Mandatory.
다들 잊어버렸나 봐.
Yeah, this is smelling more and more of like a traitor at this point.
미안하지만 그건 무지하게 중요한 발표가 맞았네.
그래, 그쪽 성과가 중요한 건 잘 알겠는데.
Hang on. I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now.
발표는 결국 시작되지도 못했으니 우리로서는 결론적으로는 그러한 행사로 인해 우리 팀원들이 이곳 그리고 소개할 인원이 있다.
Newest addition to the LCD.
부서도 이제 규모가 커졌다 이 말이야.
자네들과 구면이라 들었다만.
Familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side. Someone we did not expect to encounter here of all places.
그대들과의 조우가 항상 이러한 난전 속이란 면목이었군.
Huh.
하셨는가?
No, 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 no. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Ah, welcome, welcome. Don't mind the double playing notifications. Anyway. Okay, you know how I mentioned Rashomon and how it was a servant? If she's the fucking traitor, then it was on the nose the whole time. Anyway.
앵두 씨, 오랜만이네요. 김 작가님은 아직
우두께서는 육신이 아문 지 오래이나 마음 머지않아 좋아지실 거야. 그때까진 내가
Hangdu appeared to be referring to how she ran bamboo-hatted Kim through with her sword, under the monolith's distorting influence. Ricardo Limbus redeemed Hydrate, sure.
잘 적응하고 계시는 것 같아 다행이네요.
Just tea in this case. That's the exact kind of tea, don't worry about it too much. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Sangdu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood.
의탁하고 있는 신세지. 우리에겐 돌아갈 곳이 마땅히 남아있지 않으니 하지만 언젠가는 S사로 돌아갈 것이야.
Ah, yes, S-Corp. The one corporation that haunts me in my videos. Anyway.
저쪽도 섞이기 위해 고군분투를 하고 있나 보네요.
어딜 가나 처음
이곳의 인원끼리는 빠르게 다음으로 넘어가도록 할까.
Yeah, 100% she could be the traitor. Anyway, don't mind it. Theories being theories. And there's still 7 or 8 more of these to go before we get an answer, essentially.
지금 필요한 것은 정보 공유. 그리고 그것을 기반으로 하는 나와 팀원들은 발피실로 향하는 통로에서 습격을 당했지.
그놈은 그냥 단도직입적으로 말할게. 말벌 그 자식이 자리만 안 비웠어도 한번 붙어보고.
말벌이라 하면
우리 막내인데 진짜 세긴 하거든. 내가 예전에 말이야. 그 뭐였지? 빵이었던.
Or the Fey Lantern guy, yeah, those are like the best bet, honestly.
말벌 그 자식이 아니 잠깐 등 돌렸는데 그대로 집어먹은 거야. 확 열이 받아서 그대로 명치에 주먹을 팍 꽂았지. 먹은 거 뱉어내라고.
Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well. Ishmael peeked around as though she was expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector.
그게 말이지. 아마 들으면 깜짝 놀랄걸?
아직 에즈라.
무려 비밀이야. 아직.
Ezra trailed off awkwardly.
나는 관찰과 추리를 통해 적을 파악하는 편이다. 어떤 무기를 쓰는지, 어떤 방식을 선호하는지, 이를 파고들면 반격할 수 있는 적절한 시점을 알게 되며 약점을 짐작할 수 있게 되지. 하지만
Moses inhaled sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment.
모든 것이 난잡해 어떠한 패턴도 읽을 수 없었다.
그놈은 껍데기다. 사람을 죽일 때. 그러니
반대로 너는 너무나 선명해 보이는. 어지간히도 뭔가를 산산조각 났지만 그 파편 하나하나 끊어내고 싶으면서도 끊어낼 수 없어서 더 가련해 보이는 그 상처투성이 손에는
너 이 새끼.
아.
멋대로 뭘 보고 있는 거냐?
팀장님한테 호칭이 지금
Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject.
덧붙이자면 나와 여기 있는 마트는 실험실 앞에 있었네.
Okay.
처음 시작은 바람 소리였지. 아주 거대한 것이 공기를 타고 날아오는 소리가 들렸네.
제 바로 앞이었습니다. 저와 한 걸음 차이로 걷고 있었던 직원의 허리가 두둥. 순간적으로 그런 생각이 들었죠. 환상하지만 정말 격리실에서 탈출이.
알리사 씨가 말해준 것과 동일하네요. 어떤 전조 증상도 없이 습격.
자세히 보니 그건 환상체도 죄종도 뒤틀림도 아니고, 그리고 칼집이 날아온 방향에는 칼집을 던진 것으로 추측. 책을 읽고 있었습니다.
그 책은
마티아스.
Ah,
그놈의 안가품 장부겠군.
Book of Vengeance. Ain't that great? The middle guy is here.
엄지의 중지라.
수초 동안 멍하니 보고 있었는데 팀장님이 저를 잡아 끌었습니다. 뒤를 다시 돌아보지는 못했어요.
필요 이상으로 설명이 길군 자네는.
이곳 방송 섹터 안까지 들어온 이후에서야.
목숨이 위급할 때 매는 생존을 위해 최소한의 정보만 전달하네.
하지만 그 연구 계획서를 마지막으로 관리하던 건 저였으니까요, 팀장님. 알리사도 원래는 발표실에 있었어야 했어요.
있잖아. 그런 걸 일일이 따지다가는 진짜 남아있는 게 없을 것 같거든. 너무 뻔한 위로 같긴 하지만 앞으로 무엇을 할 수 있을지부터.
저희 팀장님을 한 차례 구해주시기까지 했는데.
그 또한 실험의 일환이었다고 반박하고 싶지.
Saving was part of the experiment. Yes, indeed.
넘어가도록 하지.
각자의 상황 설명은 끝난 것 같으니 지금까지 확인된 정보를 공유해 보도록 할까.
Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD.
오늘 이곳 본사 지하에 있는 LC의 부서에 침입자들이 습격하였다.
Let's see, it's a basement of the HQ.
LC 전 구역이 통제불능이 되었고 이것을 제외한 모든 섹터가 각각 하나 혹은 둘의 습격자에 의해 무력화되었지. 정상적인 의사소통이 가능할 정도로 생존해 있는 인원은 그 이후에는 격리실까지 강제 개방되어 밖은 더욱 혼란스러운 상태고.
사면 추가요. 할 때 여기 감시 카메라만 전부 볼 수만 있어도 그놈들이 지금 어디에 있는지 정도는 볼 수 있을 텐데.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도 중일세. 의도적으로 끊어진 전력을 복구시키는 것.
지금 가장 필요한 정보는 두 가지다. 침입자가 누구인가, 그리고 무엇을 위해 LC. 우리가 마주한 자는 그저 명령받은 대로 사람을 죽이는 것에만. 하지만 목적을 단순 습격 후 살인으로 두기에는 미심쩍은 점이 많다.
Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailants' goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, their first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units.
침입자의 정체는 그래, 대략적이나마
설명해보게.
붉은 시선을 붙잡았다던 엄지아비라고 불리는 자, 그리고 연구원들을 습격한 중지에 시체로 된 인형까지 미루어 보아 최소로 잡아도 손가락 2개 이상의 조직이 혼재된 상황이라고 볼 수 있다.
2 or more fingers. It's probably at least.
흑운의 우두머리 짓을 하는 것들도 이곳에.
Probably most of them, if anything.
허나 이상하군. 손가락 걸기 따위로 치고받고 싸우지 않고서야 하물며 같은 목표로
그래, 그러니 역으로 판단하자면 꽤 중요한 목적이 있어서 각 손가락 간부급들이 특수하게 모였다.
거미 혹은 거미집의 아비들, 그들은 그렇게 불린다. 그리고 우리는 이미 그들이 펼쳐둔 거미줄에 걸린 상태지.
손가락은 서로의 영역을 침범하지 않기 위해 선을 그어둔다. 아비들이라. 거미집이란 곳은 무언가를 기르는군. 그것도 각소. 말이 안 되나 싶지만 그 목적이 범상치 않을 만큼 역설적으로 그들이 모일 당위성을 보충한 리오슈라 했던가? 그곳과 얽혀 있는 것으로 보이는데.
뭘 원, 아이.
E. IKWYWE.
이건 뭘 원하시는지.
I know what you want.
괜찮다.
Wow.
줄여 말해도 파악할 수 있으니.
하지만 나도 내가 아는 것을 토해낼 수가 없군.
정보와 기억 전부 깨져 있겠지. 모든 것을 기억해낼 필요는 없어. 내가 제일 궁금한 건
나를 무엇이든 베는 검으로 만들어내는 것. 그리고 나는
Roshu, can you tell us anything more?
아쉽지만 여기까지군 시계. 말하기 어렵다. 말할 수 있었어도
Roshu let out a protracted sigh, just as Moses did earlier. The long exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke betrayed the aloofness she projected. Kind of think that Roshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here. Or maybe since the truck.
시계. 저자가 말한 것처럼 그리고 네가 본 것처럼 나 역시 내 스스로 궁금한 게 있지만 그러나 아까처럼 내 놈의 힌트로 뭔가 짜맞춰질 만도 그러니 같이 풀어내야 한다. 이 퍼즐.
Roshu muttered placidly.
거미집의 목표가 너라면 굳이 본사를 침입할 이유가 없을 거다.
As Moses began her explanation, Roshu looked in her direction with mild amusement.
거미집을 빠져나왔다는 발언은 아마 탈출을 의미하겠지. 손가락 길이의 관계성을 고려했을 때 사이좋게 모여있을 위인들이 아닌데도 아비들은 너를 잃은 이후로도 거미집이란 단체를 유지했다. 하지만 오늘의 행동들을 보아선 그렇게 인내심이 대단한 자들로 보이지도 않는다. 이제야 모습을 드러냈다는 것이 수상하다는 거지. 저들이 절박했다면 이건 때려쇼. 너를 되찾든 그게 아닌 뭔가를 하든 지금이 저들의 움직일 때가 된 셈이다.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본사 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은 하나가 그럼에도 류슈 씨를 죽이거나 데려가라는 듯한 행동.
아비들이 이곳에서 날 기다리고 있다고 한 걸 보면 나를 보러 온 건 맞다.
너 자꾸 말을 야!
진정하게 저들의 대화를 막지 않는 게 좋네.
필씨, 저 논쟁 안에서 답을 떠올리겠지.
너를 자극하기 위해 거미집의 아비들이 습격했다는 추측은 합당하지만 당장의 목적은 따로 있다는 생각을 지울 수가 없어. 요슈라는 인물만을 노리고자 했다면 이곳과 지금이 적기는 나뉘.
The intervals between each of the sinners are different, but once a sinner's turn ends, another begins. Every single time without failure. This case has everything to do with Roshu, I believe, without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words.
림버스 컴퍼니, 거울, 유리창, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 류슈. 이건 LC 연구소에서 당장 쓸 수 없는 정보를 모두 제외하면 황금가지.
They're here for the golden bows. Well, yeah, that's what makes the most sense.
결국 그런 결론인가?
Moses is right. It's become very important for us to look into Roshu's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCB's goal, its journeys, and its stories have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bows. Hohenheim, where are the golden bows in this facility located?
관리자님께서 황금가지의 위치를 묻는군요.
After all of that, it's just, yeah, where are they?
이곳에 실험실에 있네.
Hohenheim's gaze turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock hands on my head.
그래. 발표 내용에 대해서 말하지 않을 수가 없겠군.
Hohenheim's answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh.
그건 황금가지 실험 성과에 대한 발표였네. 그리고 그 발표가 공개될 수 있는 인원은 한정되어 있네. 지금 자네들 LCB는 포함되지 않았어.
황금가지를 개고생해서 구해오는 건 우리인데
보안의 범위를 결정하는 건 내가 아니네.
호엔하임 씨가 우려하는 바가 무엇인지는 회사는 황금가지에 대한 정보의 공개를 엄중하게 제한하고 있으니까. 혹여 회사의 동의 없이 이 정보가 노출되었을 경우 어떤 조치가 내려올지는
지금 같은 비상 상황에서
Red tape.
걱정부터 해야
Ain't that fantastic?
비밀스럽고 수상쩍은 회사에서 뭘 바라겠나. 그럼 감안한다고 생각하고 본론부터 말하지. 우리는 황금가지를 회수된 각각의 가지를 접목한다는 것은 한 그루의 나무로 만들겠다는 뜻인가? 연구자 앞에서는 두루뭉술하게 넘길 수도 없겠군.
Wow.
특수한 환경에서 황금가지를 배양시켜 묘목을 만드는 중이라네. 그 실험의 성과를 사내의 주요 관계자들과 몇몇 팀에게 공개할 예정이었는데.
그럼 실험실에서 황금가지를 먼저 찾아내 보호하는 게.
하지만 섣불리 움직이기에는 이곳에 도사리는 적들이 너무 많.
본사의 지원 요청은 들어갔나?
1시간 전에 구조 신호를 보냈지만 명확하게 닿았을지는 알 수 없네. 송신기들은 전부 그들이 파괴해버려서 말이지.
Red tape and red shoes. Yeah, fair enough.
신호만 들어갔다면 LCA에게 규격 외의 상황이 벌어졌다는 건 금방 파악했겠고, LCA가 지원을 보냈다는 가정하에서 그들이 이곳까지.
현재 시설 곳곳에 산재한 폐쇄 경로를 지나오는 시간은 10분 이내일 것입니다. 신호를 받지 못했거나 엘리베이터가 중간에 작동을 멈춰.
하긴 우리야 소드 씨가 설명해줘서 뒷문으로 들어올 수 있었지.
그런 거라면 통제실에서 전력 분배기만 재부팅해줘도 해결될 걸세.
어이 척척 박사, 이 부서의 셧다운 상태를 복구시키려면 저 돌아다.
완벽히 복구하기 위해서는 그렇다고 봐야겠지. 이것은
깊이 생각해봤자 뭐가 더 나오겠어? 환상체나 뒤틀림들이
무섭다고는 한마디도 안 했는데요.
역시 전력 수리부터 하는 게 제일 현명할 수도 있네.
아무래도 효율적인 작전 수행을 위해서는 인원 편제를 분할하는
Split our forces. Oh no.
우선순위만을 논하면서 시간을 낭비.
Once I nodded in agreement, Otis quickly took control of the situation.
지금부터 우리는 수색 정찰 및 탈출을 준비한다.
뭐? 나가자고?
LCA 지원이 도착할 것이라고 가정한다면 그 타이밍에 맞춰 우리도 행동하는 편이 유리하다. 또한 정황을 보아하니 이 위치에 너무 오래 숨어 있었다. 적은 계속해서 이곳을 들쑤시며 목표를 달성할 때까지 닥치는 대로 죽이는데.
그건 말 되네. 하긴 쟤네들은 한번
거기에 더해 황금가지 또한 적보다 먼저 회수해야 한다.
그래. 그럼 우리가 다 같이 나간다 쳤을 때 제일 먼저 갈 장소는 어디인가? 자네
전력을 복구할 통제실과 실험실, 그리고 손상된 회로가 있는 복도는 전부 멀리 떨어져 있습니다.
팀을 나눈다. 황금가지의 보호, 시설 전력의 복구, 환상체 제압을 통한 지원 통로 개척. 이 막중한 문제들을 동시에
그래, 뭐 찬성이야. 우리는 따로 행동하는 편이 더 편하기도 하고.
황금가지는 우리 LCB 부서가 찾도록 하지. 이곳에 있는
금속 탐지기 뭐 그런 게.
그런 싸구려 같은 비유를.
Otis, just explain the damn thing.
그리고 환상체나 뒤틀림, 죄종들의 제압은 자네들.
좋아, 전문이지 그건.
이곳에 격리되어 있던 환상체나 뒤틀림 중에
얼추 당신의 정도의 실력이면 어렵지 않겠지. 실험실끼리 통신할 때 쓰던 초소형 무전기를 주겠네. 너무 멀면 신호가 닿지 않지만.
좋아, 통신도 갖출 수 있겠군. 마지막으로 전력 복구는 LCA 부서에 맡기도록 하지.
합리적이군. 이 부서는 자네들이 보았던 것보다 더 까다롭게 설계가 되어 있거든.
전선들이 제대로 정리가 되지 않은 혼란한 상태를 저런
그건 엔트로피 증가 과정의 제한이라고 생각해 줬으면 좋겠군. 그리 보여.
Martin gave us a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed them to each of us.
좋아, 이걸로 상황을 계속 공유하도록 하지.
잊고 싶던 연기 냄새가 자꾸만 스멀스멀 올라오는군.
Just meant to be a reference to the smoke war, probably. Anyway. 슈라조. Oh. This map is probably important. Anyway.
잊지 말게. 황금가지는 보존통에 들어 있으니.
그래. 우리도.
Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again.
그럼 실험실은 그쪽이고
Hang on, read over that too fast. Ezra was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses, while others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows. The corridor was thrown into complete chaos.
싱클레어 씨, 이곳으로 오세요.
Is everyone alright?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
Massault, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotonous voice. And just as he said, when I looked around, what a waste of time. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did. Nice. Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall.
이렇게까지 완전히 단테님과 분리되어 본 적은.
그럼 이제 함부로 다치지도 못하겠네. 주변에 환상체가 등장한 것 같진 않아.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요.
걱정 마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다.
네? 곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요?
난감하게 되었군.
Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
팀장님, 괜찮으세요?
그래. 다행히도 부상자.
After all that planning, we ended up getting separated into completely random teams.
일단 나누어진 인원부터 파악하지.
Okay, it's me, Masou, Gregor, and Yi-sung here. Also Ryoshu.
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨 그리고
이쪽은 나와 마툰 군과 조수 군.
Like callback from LC and Zavala. Kind of, I guess.
등등이 무엇인가?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는
저랑 동키호테 씨와 파우스트 씨가 계시네요.
There was no chance we could get the security wall out of our way, even with our combined efforts.
안 되는군요, 역시. 마스터 카드 키로 강제 개방할 수 있어야.
Even the LCA wasn't having any luck on their side.
약간의 변동이 생기긴 했지만 LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
지금 말한 대로 LC, 호엔 관리자님과 나머지 인원이 있는 팀은 황금가재 확보를 위해 실험실로 향하는 것이 되겠군.
왜 나는 제압이야? 제일 힘든 걸. 그럼 우리는 먼저
Ah.
이동한다.
That is indeed a split.
내가 앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
And with that, Otis and the LCD's team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
우리도 슬슬 이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기 있는 마툰 군과 조수 군만 데려가도 통제실을 복구하는 정도는 아무 문제가 없을 것 같긴 하지만 말이야.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지 대비하여
내가 건물의 설계까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네.
고작 이런 일로 울상짓지 마시게나, 히스클리프 군.
Young Heathcliff. Oh. Yeah, of course she gets to say that these days.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든.
The voices of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Could we get a move on to?
황금가지가 가까이 느껴지면 바로 말해줘, 관리자.
Okay.
하.
Two smokers. A Lamau.
딱 여기에 모였군 그래. 아이 다들 어떻게 담배도 안 태우고 이런 노동 환경을 봐.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
그래? 못 폈는데.
Oh. Random Merceau characterization. Okay, sure.
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
Most things that fall under the category. Wow.
아니 난 1년 내내
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
나는 부인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면목음한 적은 있었네. 그게 처음이자 마지막이었어.
Oh, wait, I can build a pretty solid team around these guys. As long as I have the leveling tickets. Anyhow.
류슈양은 언제부터 관련
Every pair of eyes searched Roshu's face. But she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any signs of unease or anxiety. What we saw on her face was inexplicable exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrows.
글쎄, 어렸을 때부터 보고 자란 게 그것뿐이라.
아닌 게 더 이상하긴 한가. 이번이 류슈 씨 차례 맞지?
그래, 너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
So damn obvious, yeah.
어떤가? 류슈양, 과거를 마주해야 하는 기분이란.
당연히 즐겁다.
Bruh.
기다린 보람이 있어.
This reminds me of a friend I've made more recently. A bit too much so.
그러고 보니 류슈 씨는 아까부터 담배를
그래, 미리부터 연습 중이다.
Trying to get used to staying off of it. Meanwhile, back at the transporter truck.
붉은 시선. 당신에게만큼은 없을 줄 알았는데 말이야. 우습지 않아? 이 보잘것없는 짐덩어리 하나 빼앗겼다고. 그래도 이해하지 못하는 건 아니야. 버릴 수도 죽일 수도 없는 것을. 아니, 원했던 건 맞지만 그딴 짐덩어리일 줄 몰랐던 걸지도. 루치오가 조사해온 걸 보면 딱히 이거랑 아무 관계도 아닌 남남인 것 같던데.
No connection. Haha. No one saw the events of Leviathan. Good stuff, ain't it?
이유라도 있는 건가? 목적 때문에 이러지도. 우리 티켓이나 저기 있는 교본처럼 거슬려 죽여버리고 싶어도. 우리 꽤 공통점이 많.
네가 그렇게 쓸데없는 말을 계속 짓거리며 도발하는 이유, 그것들이 본사에서 수행하고 있는 임무, 그 작전이 완수하지만 내 검이 니놈의 목에 닿지. 네가 데리고 다니는 이 애송이의 목까지
that was fast.
안전하게 있지 않았으면 좋겠군.
재밌겠네. 한번 해봐. 내가 우리 티켓을 위해 만든 교본이 특색에게서 얼마나 버틸 수 있는지.
Roseate Desire. Better red tape than red shoes. Huh. Oh. But these are pink shoes. Anyhow, hang on a sec. Gonna use the washroom. Alright, we're back. Roseate Desire. Alright. And we're limited to, yep. That's rough.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가.
걸맞는
소재가 준비됐어?
We do not have enough tickets for this, huh? We do not have enough tickets for this. Oh, God. Even if I were to go back and skip a couple of luxes, it still wouldn't be enough. Which means we gotta run with what we already had.
관리인가 아니면 애도인가.
If I had the tickets to put it together, I probably would have gone straight for Tremor. Or Tremor Bleed. I keep running into these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers?
정확히는 약자비 혼자다. 신체파. 인간의 근육과 뼈로 수축과 이완을 이용하는 예술이다.
고약하구만.
보이시오. 저것들의 몸에.
These corpses were engraved with a wild scroll of a message carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm, entirely devoid of any semblance of will.
사랑하는 우리 딸, 이 곡선을 주의 깊게 봐주세요. 갈비뼈라는 건 잘만 다듬으면 어떤 것보다 날카로운 칼이 되고, 흉곽은 심장과 폐를 보호하기 위해 이 몸의 아름다운 형태를 유지한 채로 귀중한 악기를 다루듯이 만들어야 합니다. 만져보세요. 근육과 힘줄의 결을 따라
가장 살고 싶어 했던 놈의 뼈가 가장 죽이기 좋은 칼이 되었군.
그렇죠. 요시히데라면 이 진가를 알아차릴 줄 알았어요. 그 어떤 것보다 정성을 기울여서 이 아이를 만들고 있답니다. 마침내
Double at Isang plus the Hiroshu combo. Guaranteed you deal 800 to 1,000 damage on Luxcavation alone. Wow.
그러지. 그렇게나 노래 부르던 그 작품은
Hiroshu muttered to herself. Alright. Are we fighting something yet? No, we aren't. Oh, we are. Yes, we are. Right.
너희도 이번 역경을
Oh.
헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만
Hang on. What do I need for regret anyway? 3 and 2. So I need 2 pride, 2 wrath, and the only source of wrath I have is here. That's not happening, I guess. Oh, they are covered in ribbons. Oh. Does getting pink ribbons on you even matter? Automated myofibers, they're a little bit more annoying, I guess.
내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
We'll go with that. There are probably ways to make this less painful, but eh. Oh, there's 3 unbreakable coins. Ain't you fantastic? Let's see, Urge. At 5+ stack, take 30 SP damage, gain 2 fragile and 10 bind, and remove the effect.
전투응대에 나선다.
There we go. Let's hit them all. Oh, how many people just got woke up by that? What's the rant counter about? I do not like the offer of Hellscream. That's mostly what you need to know, Ixie. Yeah, pretty much. Aftergoer, I am not a fan of. Hey, reuse. Good stuff. And now we're double tapping. Look at all that poise. Holy hell. Gregor, I prefer if you do not lose these. Is that enough to kill? Not enough to kill, unfortunate. Hope I'm having a nice 2026 despite it though. Yeah, it's been right. It's been alright. Do we burn 5? We gain poise count back, but we might lose our huge poise stack. Because yeah, this hits twice. Okay, we should play it safe then. You A-res yourself. And you get an A-res too. Good. Nice. And bang, bam. Not enough. Okay, it's just these 3 enemies left. Should be easy enough to clear them all on this turn. Oh, Jesus. Rip Gregor. And that does it. All that real shoe damage. Not to be underestimated. Oh, come on, really? Straight into another fight? Are we really doing this? You like to recharge Enkephalon? Sure.
관리인간 주먹으로 매만지며 죽음 충동 억제 관념 봉인.
This clears through fast enough anyway. Doesn't need any fancy gimmicks. Okay, good. Everyone won their clash. Makes this so much easier. I just missed. That's annoying. That's very annoying actually. Oh, and 2 guys slotted it on this turn. Isn't that fantastic? Well, here's what it is. Clashable God spam is kinda maddening, but not the worst. Oh, really? Okay. Why? Oh, okay. Roshu's just gonna die here, I guess. Or not. So that might just be a reset, just due to getting memed, basically. Because we may straight up just not have enough damage to clear fast enough now. Everything good? Ryoshu's on like 3 HP right now because she got hit twice by the stupid triple coin unbreakable. And she's bleeding. She's just dead. An attack skill coin. Good thing she's full of defense skills. Let her evade the red coin? Yeah. Probably next time. Bro, just the god spam and... Oh my god, there's still... There's one more extra after this, so this might just be a reset. Because yeah, that bleed isn't getting cleansed away. Which means we're gonna have to resort to more extreme measures. Okay. Heal... Let's see, Pursuance will heal 30%. 30% should get her out of the danger zone. Okay, so we can speed things up now. As long as it does things in order. Unless I read the enemy speed wrong. If I read the enemy speed wrong, then she's about to die. See, will they release another Pumice? I reckon they will. It feels more inevitable. Yeah, fuck that attack specifically. It still does potentially so much damage. She was out of the fight for like half the fight and she could still fight back that hard. Like, heck. Throw another Pursuance in there, man. Feels like finger season, but bet they'll launch many finger IDs in the near future. Odds are. The thing is, I just hope they don't do the thing they accidentally did with the Hay shows and launch too many fingers. This attack hits so hard. Like, what the fuck? Yes, I have Hod screaming at me. Oh. Thanks for the subscribe. Welcome, 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 welcome. There aren't too many IDs without a finger ID, though. Too many sinners, rather. I guess? But at the same time, like... At the same time, we can probably get, like, some of them that don't have it yet. Or, like, get promoted, or... Different mirror worlds, different mirror worlds. You never know. Thank you, Roshu, for being dead for nearly half the fight, but still carrying it at the very end. Christ. That was cursed. That was really cursed. Getting hit back to back with the stupid free coin unbreakable. Yeah. If only, Trio, if only. Could see the light of the elevator beyond the lockdown door. The power has returned to the elevators. Ah, then. Oh, jeez. Once the elevator doors opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. Wow. They immediately began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movements, as though drilled into them over countless rehearsals. It's quite violent sounding, actually. It's quite loud. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any targets, and so much as twitched even when it was already mangled beyond recognition. To tell they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. Oh wait, Mura has 2 finger IDs, yeah. That's the thing, like, they can still get different fingers. Began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle we faced with ease, including yourselves, probably.
LCA 특작팀이라 했나? 역시 제 앞에는 능수능란하다. 들리나? 내놔봐. 야! 들려?
You're right, mate. Christ.
아이 깜짝이야. 아이 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말자고 히스클리프 씨. 미안하군. 조수군이 워낙 성질이 급해서.
Oh, that's a raid on Twitch. Do not mind the sudden lobcorp music. Hey Zyla, what were you up to this time? Zyla OXO. Was it also Limbus? Are we all just late clearers today? Is that what it is? Scorpion raid. Fair enough. Am I winning? Questionably, yes. Questionably, yes. Did you just finish the latest part of the story? Because, yeah, we are starting to get to the latest part at this point.
그래. 우리 눈앞에도 보인다. 다만 방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어.
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수.
그렇지는 않더군. 모종의 기술을 이용해 내려보냈지만 다시 올라가려면 시설을 그래도 다행이군. 구역별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 연구와 관련 없는 살상 기술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했냐면.
정면.
Eyes forward. Oh no. Lights flickered and... Ah! Oh, that's fun. Finished up about an hour-ish ago. Stayed up till it officially hit New Year's in your time zone. Hey! You see, New Year's for me was like... New Year's for me was 18 hours ago. Being Aussie. Hey, Roland. Lolan. Totally not Roland. Nice. Too lanky a face. Look at that. That's a bit too stretched out, I reckon. The lights flickered and... Oh, look. Yeah, she's Some kind of expression. Shocked or horror. Oh, that's fantastic. Oh, God. Oh, shit. 3 LCA agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker of the malfunctioning light and the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. At first, the shadow stretched into the sharp tip of a prick. Then after a few more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Roger's own. How's 2026 so far? Any spoilers you need to know? Let's see. If anyone ever offers you a drink and calls it a mana potion, do not drink it. That's all I can tell you. That's how I started my New Year's.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서 호에나임관
들린다네. 이쪽
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 LCE 대원들이 환상체 하나를 완벽히 제압했더군. 저 까다로운 환상체를
An additional comment on his observation log.
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은 전멸했다.
해방된 야전 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 LCA 하지만
거미줄에 걸려있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지. 저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 가정조차 의미가 없다. 그런 일은 애초부터 알아. 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘 사냥할 수 있는 무대로.
What Alyssa had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A relaxed but disciplined gait. Man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp dress shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances across the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Roshu's furious wrath. Is that the white silent motherfucker? Then his lips part soundlessly, mouthing a sentence word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
훈련은 어땠어?
똑같아. 지루해. 아빠, 팔에 상처가 났는데 직접...
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서
아...
20번째부터는 정말 아프더구나.
Ain't that a fun time?
그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라. 그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마.
38 stab wounds. Didn't want to leave them a chance. More likely he had to follow a prescript. More likely.
그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데.
Oh, here's our references to Hellscreen.
적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야
Kind of.
알았어.
가까이 와보렴. 얼굴에 긁힌 상처가 있구나. 발렌치나의 수업 중에 생긴 거겠지? 그는 너무 과격해. 상처의 개수가 곧 훈련의 척도와 비례한다고 생각하는 자 흉이 안 지게 잘 치료해야지.
그러던가.
아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면 관리자님께서 위험...
오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요. 당장 우리 쪽도...
그건 복구된 CCTV 화면인가?
Oh god, is every team facing a different one?
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요. 자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않다면.
Oh, well. Well, that's a fun that's a fun time. Oh god.
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고.
요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군.
그리고 웃고도 있어. 입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며.
지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 발로 찬 것뿐인데?
선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까? 아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고.
우라빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나.
Is this the one you meant, Frost? Is this the one you meant, Kura?
누구야? 나? 나는 키라라고 해.
기척도 없이.
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야? 방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고. 그런 중요한 일을 하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 응, 맞아.
아빠라고? 저 사람이?
맞아. 진짜 졸라게 멋지지. 너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아? 나도 따라하려고 하는데도 잘 안 된다니까. 어떻게 저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지?
학살의 불쾌하기 그지없는 물의 배로군.
너 그런 쪽이야? 재밌다.
와우.
나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신화에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아. 뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 주위에 계속 추천하는 중인데 아무도 호응을 안 해. 한 놈은 맨날 훈련만 해대고 한 놈은 지 검이랑만 조잘거리고.
That is a long ass tirade.
나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 되는 게 너무 많대. 그게 제대로 된 감상이냐고. 왜 만화책에 그런 걸 따져? 걔랑은 아무튼 그거 본 사람 있으면 손들어 볼래? 나랑 3시간 아니 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
그만. 가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스.
어이 딸님! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니
This. Bruh.
톨겠군. 무전이 더 들어오지 않는군.
They've all gone quiet. Everyone's dead.
이보게! 이스마일군!
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면 서로 협력하기 용이할 테니. 마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나가. 바로 이 방에.
That's a little unfortunate, isn't it? Might be cooked. Might.
이것은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이 보이는군요.
야, 그렇게 빤히 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
Papa Bear can catch these hands. Taking his daughter. Wow. Fair enough, Chief. You do you.
내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네. 다만
Can you make the middle the most funny fingers yet also threatening? They're doing really good with that. I guess so, yeah. They're like goofy in a specific way.
팀장님, 일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 헤아리지 마세요.
그래. 무심코 한눈을 팔았군. 계속하지. 뭐 할 말이라도 있나?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호인하임의 말에 동의한.
뭘?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구.
Wow. Everything's going horribly wrong. Nurse fathers. Clear within 10 turns. Okay, so there's chaff and something else. Okay. Stuck with the same team. Oppenheim Survivor Guild going full throttle. Christ.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Having to fight 3 nurse fathers in 10 turns is kind of fucked up with Kim Ji-hoon, but whatever. Ah. Leaving behind the perpetrator of the carnage, greeting Roshu on the other side of the security wall. We had no choice but to make our way toward the lab.
류슈양. 답하기 싫은 물음이라 하면 아비란 자들과는 어떤 사이였는가? 단순히 그대와 악연으로 물든 인연이라. 방금 전 그대의 표정은 조금.
모든 조각이 맞물려진 그들은 말다비. 나라는 검을 펴려낸.
That's all we get for dialogue. Eh? Wait, so what are we fighting then? More pink ribbons! Ah!
이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록
Oh, I hate it so much. Oh, I hate it so much.
내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
Why do they insist on such high base rolls?
정보팀에서 준 자료와는 차이가 있지만 당황하지 말고 침착하게 대응하면 괜찮을 거예요.
Yeah, we haven't generated any poise, so it's like, oh. Oh, it's kind of awful.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
상담에서 알려준 대로 잘했어. 역시 상담 프로그램을 진행한 건 잘한 일이야.
Oh, come on.
지식을 마주하고 겸용하라.
좋은 대응은 아니지만
I need a real shoe that isn't like Pierce weak, basically.
좀더 신경 써보자.
이 또한 지식이 되도록.
Otherwise, that's just going to keep happening. Not enough to kill, but still pretty solid. Why do they keep spamming this thing? Oh my god, really? Oh, it's such screaming.
상태가 나빠졌어요. 다행이에요. 개브라를 통해 토끼팀을 불러야 할지도 모른다고 생각하고 있었는데.
Bruh, straight into the stagger mines again.
지식을 마주하고 겸용하라.
방금 공격. 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래?
Fuck, we have to kill so many of them with so few turns.
나아가주게. 편히 쉬시게.
Like, the maddening thing is, if we don't burst them down fast enough, then they just use a clashable defense the next turn. Underleveled, running Ncorp Duo plus Assault and Legor. Fair.
지압 개체가 흔들리고 있어. 다들 조금만 더 힘내자.
The ribbons, man. The fucking ribbons are the worst part about this. We'll have to save that for a big turn the next turn.
전투응대에 나선다.
Give us some protection, some healing.
넌 반드시 부서진다.
Oh, come on. That just sucks the worst. And we're clearing, but
여기가 뱃속이군.
Thank you, Gregor, for cleaning up. Okay, how many are left? Okay, so it's this wave and the next wave. Oh. Oh, man. Gain 3 poise, but no count, so we should only do 2.
검날 내게 바쳐주지.
꿈을 꾸러가.
Ah, wasn't enough to kill. There we go. See why to chat for reminding me to shout out Fire Fist. Be fine, ran Thumbsalt, Malshu, Uma Sung, and Fire Fist. Wow. Damn. First one should stagger, then we get a reuse. That should stagger. Really? Okay, it's going against a decent target at least. One slash. 2 free. God. I picked one of the single worst Ryoshu's for this just because of the Feel so to match the vibe. Hope we'll see my goat appear this Canto. I see. Nurse fathers, only there were no nurse fathers. Cigarette and the nurse father. Oh yeah, this one looks fucked. Oh yeah. Oh damn. And we're still only using 4 people. Fantastic. You have a better resistance spread, you aren't weak to pierce. What about you? What do you got? Fatal to pierce. Am I running someone who's fatal to... I am running someone who's fatal to pierce. Okay, I suppose we're gonna find out first. And then once we know... Yeah. Once we know, it might be more painful than it needs to be. Reading check node? Okay. Not yet. I don't think they did. It's still in there. Gregor mumbled in a gloomy tone. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. Oh. If the assailants were indeed after the golden bow, what could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thoughts when I noticed that Ryoshu stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu? Even in the cloying darkness of the unlit lab, Ryoshu seemed to notice something out of place. Only silence welcomed us in the lab. We couldn't hear any breathing, but there it was, without a doubt. The stink of cigarettes and a chilling, disembodied sense of dread we couldn't exactly put our fingers on. Ryoshu started muttering, as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wading through a bog of mutilated memories to cling to her emotions at that moment.
마지막까지 당신은 나를 괴롭게 할 생각뿐이었던 거야. 나 때문에? 그건 내가 할 말이지, 요시히데. 네 존재가 지금까지 내 모든 앞길을 막고 있다는 거 알고 그러니까 이래야 공평하잖아.
아.
요시히데 계속 녹슬고 무거운 족쇄 소리가 달그락.
In that vision of the past, Hiroshu raises her sword in an agonizingly slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. Wow. In the split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Hiroshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright sword into the figure's mouth. That's fun. Hiroshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. Her guaffle hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who has just seized the victory of one's life. With a deep, ragged breath, Hiroshu let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted in her spots, staring at the flailing figure, a look of pure confusion. Floor upscale, yes indeed. ISOTPITA. What? Insidious stench of the past in the air, bruh. Right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips.
나는 나의 5 아비로 인해 이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다. 그러니까
How were the force in her fights? Kinda painful, but we got through them.
되찾아와야 한다.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워.
하.
류슈. 라고 주인님께서
I see. So that's why we've got 2 enemies.
소자비.
주인님께선 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니 자연지사 소생은 적막히 녹슬어가는 검과 같은 그 무렵 그대가 거미씨를 따라 이리 오신
Spiders, Fred, bruh.
이렇게 주인님의 뜻을 재차 받
혀가 길군.
As her apprentice approached us, Roshu's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of the golden bows lay nestled, emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
Eh?
계획한 것을
What the fuck? Where the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered. What the? Ah.
살도 피도 내게 보여줄 예술치고 이런 상황에서의 침묵은 그자 약자비는 어디에 있지?
The armored figure answered Ryoshu's question with a swing of her huge sword. Their huge sword. We need to take care of this quick and track down the golden bow. Let's fend them all off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군 시계. 단 얘가 무엇인지 보여주지.
AOS. Age of Sigma? Nah. Annihilation of Steel, maybe. Wave 1. What the? Okay. Okay, buddy. Excuse me? What the fuck? Gain 4 poise. You have to target it or it... Lose 1 poise count. Gain 2 poise count on hit. What the fuck? Clash win, gain poise, gain poise, gain poise. It's all gain poise except this last one. We don't have a choice but to target everything. Because if we do not target everything, then... After attack skill end, deal number of slash coins that critically hit times 10 slash damage against each target. What? Moonlight Azure. 1% on critical hits. Tranquility. If it has Moonlight Azure, SP does not drop below 0. You fucker. Convert any SP taken into gloom damage. Okay. Okay, so sinking does damage still. Save for SP changes due to base factors. Lose free potency to blah blah blah. Base factors, okay. Yep, after losing clashes. And a clash against targets that aren't Ryoshu, -2. -2 clash power and take 20% damage from targets other than Ryoshu. Poise is capped at 25. Excess will be converted into Moonlit Azure Blade. Okay, in other words, it's telling me to do this instead. I should sequence that last, though. Because this is gain poise, gain poise, gain poise. But on clash win, gain poise count. Clash win, gain poise count. We cannot afford to lose these two clashes. However, if we win this clash, we kill one poise count. That's a very important distinction to be making here.
방금 공격 다음에 다른 개체에게도 다시 해봐줄래? 영상으로 남기면 다른 직원에게도 도움이 될지도 몰라.
아야.
지식을 마주하고 겸연하.
좋은 대응은 아니지만 안 하는 것보다는
Okay. And now he attacks back. Alright. Let's see. +1 skill slot. Deal +10% to House of Spiders enemies. When staggered, immediately recover and gain 1 attack power up. Okay. Okay. So you guys have got to go win clashes for Ryoshu, basically. And as long as we can keep winning clashes, we're okay. Okay, we're doing quite solid on that, if anything.
개체를 제압하는 데 이용할 수 있을지도.
Okay, he's got 0 count now. Fantastic. Okay, medium priority. 50% damage on crit. We have to try and do it regardless. So that he gains less poise, but yeah. Not amazing. Not amazing, but it helps. Do we have any egos that are going to help us out in this fight? Oh, Unbrilliant Glory. Soon.
내게 바쳐주지.
Lucky. Hey.
관리자님, 어서 적대 기체를 자세히 파악해 주세요.
Full Star Flare.
많은 직원들이 다칠 거예요.
Do we have anyone else who can clash it? With anything. We can bygone days it. That's funny. Combat start, that's annoying. Have you ever considered water? Perhaps, yes, perhaps.
겁나를 내게 바쳐주지. 저택을 안내해주지.
We are keeping this guy reasonably suppressed so far.
능력을 기를 수 있을 거야. 비록 그 과정에서 희생이 나올 수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
As long as we can win the clashes for Yoshu, then it's quite alright, basically.
이 또한 지식이다.
The only problem is we're not doing very much damage to him. Huh? Fuck. Okay, that's a problem. That is very much a problem. Butcher ribs. Inflicts fragile, gain protection. Power down, power up. Oh, okay, she's an even bigger threat. 2 Corpus Ingredient. Corpus Ingredient expires next turn. Gain Artwork Fascia. Oh my god. Use a powerful attack this turn. If this unit is hit by an attack skill before using the powerful attack, gain 1 impact. When using Repressed Flesh, lose 10 final power for every stat. Fuck. We don't have as many choices here as I'd like, basically. Still not enough for regret. Regret comes the turn after. Do be careful, she sting. Yeah, I figure. Oh, of course she does pierce damage.
여기가 흡속이군.
지식을 마주하고 겸용하라.
너희도 이번 역경을 헤쳐나가기만 하면 능력을 기를 수 있을
Okay, so when she has 2 corpus ingredients, then we have a problem.
수 있겠지만 내가 세피라로서 너희가 죽지 않도록 도와줄게.
Okay, take less damage from statuses. Panic resets to 0. Fixed panic. Armor repression. Protection and repression. Isn't staggered. Gain 2 protection. 10 defense level up. And shield equal to. Every time it uses, gain 1 fewer protection. 5 fewer and reduce percentage above. The unit isn't staggered. When hit by the last coin, activate the following. Deal pierce by 20% of... Oh my god. Some of this stuff's just nasty. Okay, we haven't been hit by the repressed thingamabob yet. Oh, fuck. I took Christmas Nightmare on this one instead of Solemn Lament. Yo, what? Huh? Oh, did you just run out of bullets? Yeah, that doesn't really do any damage. Alright. You seem to be lost? Hey, Jolly. What do you mean by you seem to be lost? How did you find yourself over here? Is the better question. Okay, repressed flesh. When hit by attack skills before using this skill. So we need to sequence this down. We need to use like 4 attacks on you before maybe using an ego. And then we need to prevent you from gaining anything. So this is probably our best bet, honestly. So this fight feels almost on Library of Ruin for you. Also Lei Hang fight before he got nerfed to death. Died 2021, 2025. Welcome back, repressed flesh. Okay. You're right. Oh my god, that's so much less final power. Holy hell. Okay. We're doing good now. Okay, so Ryoshu just needs to go do damage, basically. Unopposed. Oh, he's 5 speed. Ooh, that's a bit more annoying. Hang on. Let me reset that. Who are his attacks targeting? Okay, first one's Gregor. Second one's Roshu, unfortunately, which means we need someone else who's faster. And Roshu can also do it, logically. Okay, second one is Massault, so that's fine. Last one is also Gregor. I do want Gregor for damage, but we can take out the apprentice as well. Okay. Alright. And last one, Flap here. We don't have Solemn Lament, unfortunately, so I can't pull out the big damage, but... Happy New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year, Corby. How's it been trading, yeah? Oh. He's just gonna leave. Okay. Sure, buddy. Wait, did I have to clear this within 10 turns? Alright, finally 3 people tonight. How's my New Year's? Well, it's already been... like, almost 19 hours into my New Year's, so, you know. It do be like that. Do I have any egos I can use for damage? I didn't Unbrilliant Glory, so I can't use that. Roshu has Forest for the Flames, so I could apply that. Mersault, I don't think has any damage ones, and I don't have a Fell Bullet target right now, so unfortunately can't use that one either. Alright. Just clear? Oh, okay. Easy then. Very easy at this point then. A bit of a reading fight, but otherwise, nah, it's not that bad. Oh, wait. How'd I end up using Red Eyes instead of Forest? Oh well, doesn't matter too much. Useful regardless, but since she's now going first, we can Forest. Oh, you have like no bullets, mate. Bruh. We should save it for the next turn then. Oh, getting S1s here is kind of just sad. Ah, rip. Ah. Yeah. This effect cannot be disabled by blah blah blah. Eh. Wait, so is this just don't hit her? Is it actually that simple? Is it seriously just multiply the damage from Iron Maiden's spikes? We just have to not hit her, right? Are you serious? Hang on. If this unit isn't staggered, when hit by the last coin, activate the following. Deal pierce damage by 20% of said coin. So you kill yourself, basically. Damage from this effect cannot stagger. Okay. Reading a non-win rate check. That is funny. It cannot be offset, but just don't hit her. Like, yeah, that's all that was. Win rate this trust. Hell no, Soup. Hell no.
이 또한 지식이 되도
Friend asked me if I tested the damage from this. You did not. I see. We're getting a stagger? Not yet. Now we're getting a stagger. Still no stagger. Oh, she just does her thing. Okay. Oh. Huh?
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고 소생이 누누이 말하지 않았사옵니까?
보여? 하시아도 두근거리기 시작했어. 오랜만에 보는 떨림이야. 하시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살결을 구경만 하는 그런 계획. 하시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
주인 된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데 조형 정도는 준비해볼 수 있지 않겠어?
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지
아.
한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
Well. Huh. Bruh. Didn't even let us finish the job ourselves.
다행이라고 말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라
Ah, golden bow. Didn't get to make use of it yourself on this fight, but evades on unbreakable one. Wait, attacks go crazy. Ailamau. Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned toward the spot from which the sensation surged forth, and saw Ryoshu standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that would easily had me believe that she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who had been watching our battle without a word. The Pinky's nurse father simply stood there meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
단테, 황금가지는 찾았어? 이 틈을 타.
Ah, we were too late. I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed to where the veiled person stood. The golden bows that should have been there were gone, or remained in their place, with dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshu smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust. Well, that's fun.
전투 응대는 성공적이었다. 나쁘지 않은 움직임이었어.
Good job, Ryoshu, for doing a majority of the damage.
다른 쪽 집안일로 돌아가지.
Oh, okay, so it was 18 nodes. Okay. I was expecting one more after that, but...
이 밤에 여긴 왜 자꾸
Oh, this is the new excavation. Okay. Did we have the new Fred yet? No? Okay. Alright. Okay then. Two things. Uptie story and check the theater replay for node 18. Pinky apprentice appearance is different. Potential unintended spoiler from Project Moon. Really? That's how it ends so far? Yeah, that's how it ends so far. We'll take a look at the theater one first. So, let's see. Theater replay for node 18. Pinky apprentice appearance. Okay. So is this like, you want the post-battle one or the pre-battle one? Oh. Oh, Lamau. What, this? The difference appearance? Or ring, yeah.
오랜만에 보는 떨림이야.
그런 사사로운 욕망에
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살 하시아는 거슬리나 봐.
주인된 자
마에스트로님 조형 정도는
뜻을 해.
Not necessarily unintentional. I think it was intentional in some way. It's likely they planned on using it differently. That's different. Okay. Interesting. And Ujjat's uptie story. Also, Kura, you mentioned that there was something earlier and that you would mention it all the way till the end. What was that? Was that just this thing? Or was it something else? Albina's reminds the Scab OC, the origami paper. Ah, yeah. A bit like that. Don't understand. Stored in the armory are the very same gear my team and I have been using until just a few days ago. I remember receiving reports that there were abnormalities and distortions that were to exercise... we were to exercise martial force to suppress. On hearing that, I came in here and packed a few ammo cans full of anti-abnormality special rounds for the mission. Remember it as clearly as it happened yesterday. Now how come they're also faulty now? Sonar interference module. It's got a snapped actuator cable. Impacts distributive attenuation units. Not even here. Default cognition filter settings are all jacked up too. These were all functions that, while never used that frequently, were consequential enough that I was pushed to use them all at least once while on an operation. Something about this smelled funny. It was too precise and intentional to be disregarded as a mere coincidence. Almost as if someone who possessed a comprehensive technical and tactical knowledge of each gear sabotaged them. What the hell is this? Ma'am? Couldn't you have not... Don't suppose there was any reason for you to knock. No, ma'am, I did not knock on the account of this being an armory. So, what is your business? Document for you, ma'am. It is a business letter. Latest release, Dimensional Container Insurance Logistics Notice, ma'am. Never saw the ring, Nurse Fatherton, unless your memory is mutilated. Fear that he's wearing someone's skin. Odds are. Do wonder if it really is necessary to replace that gear again, especially when the last renewal was but a month ago. But why not, I suppose? This company is disgustingly rich. And they cheaped out on us. I have no idea how they do it. But they keep picking up these partnerships with corporations and workshops, even snagging the rights to internally distribute their yet-to-be-announced products as a test run. When I see them eagerly issuing us gears loaded with singularity tech, it must have cost them a fortune in patent fees. It almost makes me wonder if they never even considered the idea of budgeting. Even the gears in this armory are all high quality. No, they're not just high quality, they're extravagantly top-notch. Very well, leave it on my desk and... Hold on. You know who was responsible for running the last gear inspection? Of this armory? Technicians sent directly from the higher-ups in the LCA, ma'am. They came in a few days ago to test their functionalities. From the HQ? Yes, ma'am. By any chance, would you like us to run an inspection of our own? No. Don't worry about it. They already ran an inspection just a few days ago anyway. No need to concern yourselves with doing it again. Anyway, how's the situation down at the research facility? According to the transmission from the before team, it seems to me they're having a hard time getting a clear picture of what's happening within the facility. Regardless, the word is that the recon team of the Special Operations Units might be getting deployed soon. Special Operations Units. Are the portals working again? No, ma'am. Strange. The HQ's response is too tepid, considering it's the research facility of the LCE under attack. Even stranger still, Wayfarer Corp, responsible for the deployment and service of the backdoor portal stabilization technology for the HQ, hasn't reacted in any meaningful way to this rather serious breach of security. Perhaps they've already talked this out with the higher-ups, but either way, this isn't something a mere team leader like myself should rack her head over. Would you like us to go on standby for deployment just in case? Say it like you mean it next time. Just take it easy for now. Yes, ma'am. I should inspect the rest of the gear in here. And that's everything. So, the HQ employees left these gears in such states of disrepair, huh? But they've left these too neatly organized afterwards to chalk it up to mere negligence. What could this shady company possibly be planning now? After the smoke war came to a close, I wandered for a while, unable to settle until one day. I was scouted by a rather peculiar Grade 1 fixer office, which has mysteriously maintained its grade despite its rather middling fame and performance, by a mutual acquaintance connection. The terms of the contracts, which were delivered to me with a heads up that we would later be a part of a corporation called Limbus Company, were almost unbelievably lucrative. Although the role I was to take was that of a simple team leader at a company I had only just heard of, I was offered an eye-watering salary. And those assigned under my command were nothing less than what one would call elite operatives. Despite those incredible perks, there were moments when I could not help but feel a sudden chill running down my spine as I carried out the mission sent to us from the higher-ups. Our next mission seems to be to obliterate a finger subsidiary known as the House of Spiders. Yes, now is one such moment. This sudden chill again, that I might be getting swept up in a current much greater than myself. In the zone we're handling, looks like we'll be responsible for dealing with a proxy of the Index, who was once a star of the city all on his own. We're going to need a new strategy. Hujat Talata, cover the gap on our left. Oh god, I'll take the rights. We lost the target. Ma'am, how do you think the proselytes found out about this place? Through the prescripts. What else could it possibly be? Among the Index members who crashed the fight, the ones wearing long capes went after the so-called Index nurse father without engaging us. That nurse father had a rather nasty, almost fatal wound, but assuming that the Index members who went after the nurse father would provide appropriate medical assistance, survival was still a possibility. We suffered some heavy losses. This is a rather acceptable outcome. Numerous, rarely used functions and additional workshop gear you brought to the mission really came in clutch for this operation, ma'am. I thought preparing as wide a range of options as possible seemed the most apt countermeasure against an enemy that is difficult to predict, that is all. As for our deceased, collect their gear, and either incinerate or crush their faces. Well then, time for the reports. Come in, this is LCA Vanguard Team Ujjat. Position secured. Over. I sensed it all in that slight exhale coming through the radio. The surprise followed by marvel, and through it all, an undercurrent of annoyance. The listener is impressed by the unexpected success, but annoyed at the fact that said success undermined the real intent behind the mission. Is that so? That might as well have been a confirmation of my suspicions. Now I know who sabotaged our gears in the armory. Any internal documents and bodies found on site will be collected by the after team. As for the handover of relics to the LCA R&D team, we will be giving the relic handing task to a different party. Understood. You have any further questions? Negative. Listen, team leader. Please keep up the good work, exactly as you're doing now. There were many questions to be explored upon my return, but at this moment, I had only one answer to mutter back into the radio. Understood. Okay. Oh. Okay. That is actually quite a lot packed into that one. Let's see, Kura, if you remember me mentioning Rashomon, how a servant had gone ahead and tried to steal from their old estate and all that. Yeah. I believe they may indeed be borrowing Rashomon in some way or another. Okay. So before I end the stream, I'm going to give a quick overview over the specific short stories that I did read so far. I did manage to get through 8 of them on, let's see, it was Monday night? No, Tuesday night. Yeah, on Tuesday night. I got through 8 of them before the Canto released on the 31st. The specific ones were Rashomon, which follows a servant having been fired, and due to the pestilence and all of the shithouse stuff going on during the Heian period, they started wandering back to their estates, their former estates, and decided, okay, if I am to survive, I may need to steal from my former lord. Therefore, in Rashomon, the servant goes in, tries to justify his theft, runs into an old lady, picks the hairs clean from that, or doesn't pick the hair, the old lady's picking hairs clean from corpses, he threatens the lady, then strips the lady of their cloak and runs. Plus the thefts and weird atmosphere of Rashomon. That one's a particularly funky one, but the LCA story there is probably the closest to what we're getting in terms of Rashomon. At least, if we know that someone is turned traitor at current, then yeah, they're using that part of Akutagawa's work, because Rashomon's a rather notable one. I wouldn't consider it part of his better writings, though. Next is Hana, or the Nose. This one followed a Buddhist monk with a 6-inch long drooping nose, which then at some point had that affliction fixed, only to not really enjoy the fixing of that affliction, and then, what's it called, having his nose restored only for things to go back to the status quo, more or less. That one's more of a very Japanese story, I guess, and is kind of the idea of things. It may not necessarily be what's in front of you that's the problem. It may be other matters, so to speak. And in returning to the status quo, it's a very Japanese story. This one was the one that was promoted heavily by Natsume Soseki. I am not a particularly big fan of this one. Anyway, next one I read was Liquor Worm. This one is a very Chinese-centric one instead, where there is a landlord who owns large swaths of millet fields and all that. However, he's so rich and so so very lazy kind of affair, that he eventually just spends all of his days drinking alcohol. However, he can't get drunk, therefore he keeps drinking and drinking and drinking until one day a priest from some other place arrives and offers to rid him of his affliction, make it so that he could get drunk. And thus he strips naked next to a liquor vase, and a liquor worm comes out of him and plunges itself into the liquor. From then on, he is able to get drunk and is indeed reviled by liquor. However, his estate falls into ruin, his fields constantly being sold off, until eventually he is no more than a pauper tending the fields. It comes to the conclusion that there are 3 possible reasons for his sudden decline. 1, that the liquor worm itself was part of his fortune. 2, that the liquor worm was his misfortune, and if he had kept drinking, he would have died an early death. Or 3, that in having lost the status quo, in having lost what he was used to doing, he died then and there. The way you can draw parallels for this one in Limbus is potentially if we had a second Intervallo. This second Intervallo probably would have gone over the stolen Anaworm, basically. The stolen Anaworm being the proxy here for the liquor worm. And seeming that this story is very Chinese, this is the potential interlinking section. On the other hand, you then look at the next story I went over, which was Sweet Yam Soup. This one follows someone that was not necessarily poor, but kind of a coward. Not very intelligent. Akutagawa likes writing idiots, and to be fair, I feel like Akutagawa is an idiot, so, you know, it checks out. Anyway, this idiot lived for one thing specifically, that being sweet yam soup, or yam gruel. Depends on which translation you're reading, essentially. And he only gets this once per year as a retainer for a lord. Samurai retainer for a lord. And a different retainer decides to offer him the chance to drink all the yam soup he could ever wish for. And the man is essentially whisked away on a magical journey as he witnesses everything from high society being served to him on a plate, basically. He is shown the privilege of the strong, shown what happens to those who have already made it, essentially. They cook so much yam soup that he can barely drink his fill at that point, and he all but stops after a certain point, and that's kind of where the story ends. So it's kind of a story about effort that's not by your own hands, and given as a handout is not necessarily as fulfilling, and kind of feels disgusting to be receiving a handout. It's also very Japanese, I guess, yes. Anyhow, the next one, so that one may not necessarily link back into Limbus quite as much. We don't really have a Nepo baby, so to speak, flying around currently. At most, maybe Roshu as being nepotized into, or not necessarily nepotized, just born straight into the fingers. But that's as far as that one would probably travel, realistically speaking. The next one, though, is The Devil and Tobacco. Or Tobacco. Tobacco to Akuma. This one follows the story of a devil trying to integrate tobacco into Japan. And they figure this by substituting for one of the, a European explorer, basically, and their brothers, bringing in a tobacco plant. They arrive, buy out some fields, and decide, okay, let's fill it all with tobacco. And let's fill it all with tobacco and not tell anyone that it's tobacco. After all, if the devil manages to get people to smoke, he's doing their job in furthering them closer to hell through the vices and whatnot. Anyhow, he greets a merchant and gives the merchant a wager. If you can guess what I am, if you can guess what I am cultivating, I will give you my entire field. However, if you cannot, I will take your body and your soul. Anyhow, the merchant racks his brain for a while before trying out a devious plot in which he sends an ox to absolutely demolish the tobacco field and cause the devil to falsely scream out, "Oh no! My field of tobacco! How could it be being destroyed by this rambunctious creature?" The merchant, having his answer now, answers that the field is tobacco, and the devil hands it over. Thus, quote-unquote, introducing tobacco to Japan. This is a very stupid story for many reasons, but Ryoshu bloody smokes. Cigarettes are weirdly a big thing here. In this particular case, if they're being particularly on the nose about it, cigarettes are evil, basically. Tobacco is a sign of the devil. Therefore, anyone who is smoking has done something particularly devilish, or is meant to conjure up the image of something very hostile, I guess, even for members of syndicates and the Fingers. But it is its own kind of deception of some kind. That's all you can really pull from that Akutagawa work. And then for the next one, Fortune. Fortune's a really weird one. This one is closer to more of an index kind of story, I guess, is the easiest way to put it. Fortune follows a potter and a samurai. The potter is telling the samurai a little fable story that they heard through the grapevine and whatnot about this lady who had come to a temple to pray for guidance from the deity there. The deity, in her hallucinations, she thinks the deity is giving her instructions. And so even though the situation she's being thrown into isn't particularly good for her, she follows the instructions, because the instruction given was, on this hill outside the temple, or on the way back, listen to everything that the first man you encounter says. This straight up sounds like a fucking prescript. Now, what goes on then is she listens to the man despite him pretty much grabbing her and running. And it turns out this man is like weirdly rich, a bit too rich for his abode and for as scruffy as the guy was. So she quickly deduces that this man is a thief. However, she had already married the man at that point in like a pretty impromptu wedding, and she had been given lavish gifts at that point. So she decides that she has to get out of here. She has to run. Now, to get out, unfortunately, there is a nun in the way. A very disheveled, very... how does one put it? Malnourished nun. She kills the nun and runs, taking gold, silks, and whatever she can muster, and heading over to her friend's house. The friend is very inviting, at the behest of being handed a lot of gold, and then decides, yeah, I'll harbor you here for a while. Yeah, it's fine. And what she eventually sees out the window is her former, well, husband, so to speak, due to marrying that thief and listening to the prescript. Listening to that thief, her husband getting dragged away in chains and being forced to cough up the location and whatnot of the rest of his fortune, etc. This just screams index, basically. Follow the prescript and you'll be fine. Or, in this particular case, it was supposed to be the message of, fortune doesn't exactly come in the form that you expect. You may need to do more than just listen to someone higher up. That's the kind of message Akutagawa is trying to give here. Anyway. The next one I read was Spider's Thread. Apparently this is meant to be some other Buddhist parable, but it's mostly attributed to Akutagawa at this point. And the way I describe Spider's Thread is it's a Buddhist story written by someone who is not fucking Buddhist, basically. Or doesn't understand the teachings quite as well as they think they do. Me, having lived in a Buddhist family from 2008 all the way up to 2021 where I moved out. Rather, the family hard converted and then was pretty much hard stuck in Buddhism to this day even. Now, the Spider's Thread follows one of the Buddhas looking down at hell and seeing a specific bandit chief decide not to kill a spider due to the reasoning that, oh, it's a creature of its own. It has a life. I can't just stamp this thing's life out. So the Buddha decides to look around for a way he could probably provide salvation for this sinner. So he finds another spider in his plane and asks it to lend some thread down to this sinner. The sinner sees the thread. The bandit chief is just like, oh, I could climb this thing. I have stronger arms than anyone else here. I still have ambition. I can get out of here on my own merits, basically. So it's a very selfish approach here, thinking that he's the only one who's destined, fated to get out because of his accomplishments. So he begins climbing the spider's thread. He gets about halfway up before he tires and then decides to take a rest But as he takes a rest, he looks downwards to see that other sinners have started climbing the thread as well. And in his arrogance, he then screams, "Hey, this is my own thread. Mine only. I am the only one who deserves it." Blah, blah, blah. That kind of affair. And in a karmic twist of fate, the spider's thread snaps at that very moment, and they all go plunging down to hell. The Buddha ruminates on this for a little bit, seeing the thread severed in midair, dangling in the air, where the sinner, if only had... they don't actually mention any further ruminations, come to think of it. But yes, if the sinner hadn't been so selfish or hadn't been so arrogant, might have been able to find salvation. He functionally took a gift as something else, pretty much. It wasn't by his own merits that he was being given salvation, it was by something else entirely. Anyhow, Spider's Thread is the name of one specific node in the Unsevering. And it is the second node over here. Does this node have anything to do with Akutagawa's Spider's Thread? Pretty much nothing besides just the sinners maybe being able to get to salvation by using the back of the truck. After that, they then keep talking about, oh, this elaborate spider web that the Index Nurse Fathers have come up with and trapped Roshu and the sinners in and blah, blah, blah. And if that is particularly the case, as we seem to be going downwards or elsewhere, then perhaps there's something there. Perhaps there's something there. But they've decided to interpret it quite differently. Anyway, as for Hellscreen, Hellscreen is longer than all of the other works that I've listed so far. And Hellscreen goes over... maybe sometimes just Occam's Razor, perhaps. But yeah. Hellscreen is longer than all of the other works that I've mentioned so far, by quite a bit even. In writing, it's anywhere between... in English, it's between 20 and 40 pages, depending on the size of your pages. But very little is actually mentioned about Hellscreen itself. Now, Ryoshu is meant to be read as Yoshihide. Yoshihide being the name of the painter in Hellscreen, commissioned by Lord Horikawa to draw a Hellscreen, a depiction of hell on like a board, essentially. It's a decorative item and whatnot. Now, Yoshihide is something of a brute. He is supposed to be scummy, pretty much. Yoshihide is meant to be quite scummy. He's supposed to be rude to his apprentices, shitty to his peers, and way too inquisitive. In the main fact of, oh, he'll see a cadaver on the side of the road, and he'll look at it for inspiration rather than in disgust. You'll see the ways that the flesh has rotted, how the weathering of the seasons has done upon the corpse itself, before using that as painting material. And he does so to paint like this entryway to a specific temple or something like that. Anyhow, there is one soft spot for Yoshihide, and that soft spot is specifically his daughter. He will do anything at all for his daughter. Doesn't matter, he will shower her in expensive gifts at a moment's notice. He will do whatever it takes to make his daughter happy. It is that much of a bright light in his life, somehow. Anyway, the daughter is under the service of Lord Horikawa. We are listening to this story through the perspective of a servant of Lord Horikawa, who sees Horikawa as like a godlike figure, essentially. Now here, we have some lower-ranking members of different syndicates show up and express a lot of awe at the various nurse fathers and at their own respective organizations and whatnot. But not much else from that. However, since Yoshihide's daughter is in the service of Lord Horikawa, she sees quite a bit of the day-to-day inside of the Horikawa estate. And one of those features a monkey. Now, this monkey, or in, well, Japanese, saru, ends up being a bit of a key feature here because it's a bit, well, it's an animal. It acts very much like a monkey, running around, stealing fruits and whatnot. And what eventually comes to pass is the monkey steals some fruit from the young lord. Not Horikawa, but a lord, pretty much. And the monkey then runs off and runs into Yoshihide's daughter. Yoshihide's daughter then covers the monkey up and stands up for it, being like, this monkey is like my father, pretty much. To do harm onto this, or to allow harm to be done to this monkey would be like allowing harm to my father. Because due to Yoshihide's brutish nature and general assholishness, they decide Yoshihide is often given the nickname of Saruhide instead. So just a play on his name to call him a monkey, basically. So all the way in, let's see, there's an early node somewhere, like the mutilated memory one. There is the mention of Saru. That on its own is like really inconsequential, and it's like token referencing shit. And I'm like, there's got to be more to it that they're not showing us due to Ryoshu's gaps in memory and whatnot. But at the same time, it's so ridiculously on the nose that I'm just like, if you've read Hellscreen, you already know that they're referring to Yoshihide's nickname. If not the monkey itself that ended up being named Yoshihide, because from then on, that monkey was given, in fact, the name either Saruhide or Yoshihide as well. Anyway. Fast forward a bit, and the servant is dragged around by the monkey a little bit because there's like screaming, loud speaking, blah blah blah, in like a remote room somewhere in Lord Horikawa's estate. He chases after the voices and the monkey to find the room itself and watch as someone bursts out of the room, knocking into them, and runs down the hallway. He doesn't get a good glimpse at who it is. But within the room itself is Yoshihide's daughter, a little disheveled and, well, not doing so great. A couple of wounds here and there and whatnot, is what I recall at least. The implication there, well, we'll leave that for later. But yeah. Nonetheless, Yoshihide's daughter has been kind of showered with gifts at court as well. Lord Horikawa actually likes Yoshihide's daughter quite a bit, but the servant downplays it quite a lot. Being like, oh, yeah, it's like the like you would give, the admiration for her working spirit and all that. Nothing nefarious, nothing unbecoming. This little incident kind of makes it look like it is indeed something very unbecoming because of this servant's like admiration for Lord Horikawa. He refuses to believe that Lord Horikawa is the one behind what he had just seen. He tucks this fact away, far, far away in the back of his mind. Anyway, after a while, Yoshihide is commissioned for the Hell Screen. This is the case of where, yep, gotta paint the thing, take a couple of months to figure it out, blah, blah, blah. And he's an asshole to his apprentices. Like, real asshole. He does things like throw them in the dark all of a sudden. He does things like, fuck, we're referencing throwing people in the dark all of a sudden, and that's exactly what they did in LCE. Great. Anyway. Throw people in the dark all of a sudden, set owls on them, snakes, whatever, to get horrified expressions, screaming. He even at one point gets, for lack of a better way of putting this, he gets a twink, ties them in chains, and then thrusts them onto the ground. In the nude, I think it was. Something like that. Some ridiculous, oh god, this is basically sexual brutality kind of affair. And it takes until other apprentices storm in and are equally horrified by other things to then finally save the twink and run. But yes, he gains all of these depictions of human suffering and whatnot, and sketches out the hell screen, but he isn't able to paint the colors. He's not able to finalize this one scene that he really wants to depict. And this one scene he really wants to depict is that of a noble carriage, or noble's carriage being burned down. He wants to know the expression of someone being burned alive. And the vivid cues of the flames and whatnot, so he can capture them on the canvas. He proposes this to Lord Horikawa, and Horikawa at first is a little perturbed by it, but then starts laughing. Being like, yeah, sure, we'll get you your carriage. We'll get you your burning carriage and whatnot if it means you can complete your hell screen. Sure, we'll provide it to you. We'll even provide the noble for you. So they go out to a different estate. It's ruminated to be cursed because its previous owner had died in some incident. And when they arrive, the carriage is set up. There is someone bound on the inside, but it's not necessarily given a proper description quite yet. Until Horikawa orders for his servants to reveal who it is. And remember, Yoshihide dotes really hard on his daughter. So when suddenly Yoshihide is then revealed, or Yoshihide's daughter is then revealed to be the one inside of the carriage, right as they set it on fire, Yoshihide tries to jump up and reach out, but stops themselves. This happens multiple times as they get closer and closer, as the flames gush up, as the woman on the inside, his daughter, is engulfed in flames, and there are screams and whatnot. And eventually, the monkey, Saruhide, jumps from a rooftop and into the carriage, burns alive inside as well with the daughter. Yeah, that's hell screen for the most part, because what then happens is the hell screen is delivered a while later. It is absolutely horrifying. The colors are too vivid, the depiction too strong. Even Lord Horikawa is a little sick at the thought of it. And according to the servant, Horikawa is usually not that easily perturbed. A day later, Yoshihide takes his own life. And that more or less concludes Hellscreen. There were a couple of details here and there that I skipped on, like Yoshihide always wanting his daughter back. Every time he'd paint something for Horikawa, he would ask, "Can I have my daughter back? Can I have my daughter back?" And Horikawa would always say no. And now, in this final moment, Horikawa functionally kills everything that's left of the man. With the monkey jumping into the flames, doing what Yoshihide couldn't, he's basically died then and there, leaving only behind the horrors and hell that the man himself had borne witness to. That is Hellscream. So far, we've gotten mention of Saru, so Saruhide. We've gotten things flushed in the dark and parts of the LCA going through horrifying and vivid torture and whatnot, shown to the sinners. And finally, let's see. And finally, there was a mention at one point with the nurse father and all that. Or the index father, I guess, at that point. The mention of burning. Burning being 100 times more painful than stabbing. There you go. There's more or less what I can run you up to speed on in terms of Akutagawa's works. And for that very reason, I am adding another... Let's see, I'm adding another 8 there because I just went over 8 of his works. There. Akutagawa rant counter is now up to 11. Thank you very much. Any questions from the class? If that is all, I will take my leave. Okay, let me see if there's anyone I can raid into right now. But yes, you guys have been given an impromptu literature club.
What?
Will this be on the test? No, this will not be on the test. Thank you very much. Okay. What do you mean I look way happier than I sound? This is what one calls euphoria at this point. Because all I feel is like just the gushing pressure of speaking way too much, making me very lightheaded, and now I am dying. It's the easiest way I can put this. Let's see. If we just want to shoot these people upwards. You know what? We can just end the stream. That's fine. Alright, you guys can watch me hit the floor for a bit. Enjoy.